Astounding links between alien beings and the history of humankind in this chapter of UFO Diaries. The mystery of the UFOs continues to be one of the most puzzling riddles facing our world today. What are these things that so many witnesses have seen streaking through the sky? Are they piloted by beings from another planet? And perhaps most importantly, why would extraterrestrial travelers come here? Is there something special about the Earth or the human race that draws these beings to our world? And if so, what is it? Many UFO researchers now believe that the answer to these questions may lie in our own history. One theory, for example, is that alien beings may have suddenly developed a profound interest in us on the day we exploded our first atomic bomb. Did visitors from another world fear that we had then become a threat to other life in the universe? That with our primitive rockets, we might launch devastating weapons at other inhabited worlds? There may be convincing evidence to support this theory. It was, after all, shortly after the development of atomic power in 1945 that the first official flying saucer report was filed.
In 1947, private pilot Kenneth Arnold was flying in the mountains above Mount Rainier, Washington. When he landed, he claimed that there were 9 silvery discs that he saw following him up there that were going, and he estimated, 1,700 miles an hour. He described the movement of these craft as being like a saucer skipping across water. The reporters were very excited about this, and one of them coined the term a flying saucer, and that took off.
But were the 9 objects Kenneth Arnold saw really the first UFOs?
During World War II, there were the Foo Fighters, luminous objects which would follow bombers on their way to bombing targets in Germany.
Or do objects seen in our skies earlier in history suggest the real mission of the alien visitors?
Well, in 1896 in California, people began to see what they thought was the solution. A Phantom airship appeared over Sacramento in November of that year. They saw this big searchlight and an object behind it that presumably had propellers or wings or something of the sort. It moved into the rest of the country, particularly in April of 1897, and you would get any number of descriptions. One illustration from Minnesota shows something that looks like an aerial country ham with lights. Then there's another one from Texas that looks like a swallow-tailed football with bat wings. But there were several thousand reports made during 1896 and 1897 from all over the country of this strange object. And the newspapers over the next 2 months gave all sorts of illustrations of what this supposed secret invention looked like.
Is it possible that the Phantom airships were in fact the same kind of UFOs seen by witnesses today? If so, we may find we must look even further back in history to find the first UFOs.
Okay, over here, I have some drawings that they're over 400 years old.
Recent discoveries of documents over 400 years old have many skeptics re-examining their position on these ancient witnesses of UFOs.
People in the 16th century saw flying saucers?
Whoever did these drawings apparently saw something.
There were sightings in the 16th century as well, and these were usually ascribed to religious portents, signs from God. In August of 1566 in Basel, Switzerland, these large black globes floated in the sky. And in April 1561, these objects appeared over Nuremberg.
When we enter into the 16th and 17th centuries, we enter into a golden age of UFO-type sightings. John Calvin said that a miracle happened every day. In one case from 1600, you can see a depiction of what they thought burning beams in the sky looked like, probably much more artificial looking in the illustration than they really were to observe. But they were the kind of thing that people became quite excited about in those days.
Will we ever find the very first UFO sighting? How far back into human history can we search without learning of strange objects seen in the skies?
People have seen some kind of strange objects in the sky for as long as we have any human records. We can look back to Roman historians like Livy, who would report that an object like a flying shield came passing through the sky.
Is this a description 2,000 years old of the same UFOs seen in our century?
There are descriptions of UFOs in documents even older than the Romans.
Do you have anything even older?
If you wanted to get
Prior
into
to the 16th century, most written records concerned religious problems. And here, the texts abound with rich descriptions of visitors from the skies.
In this, it's called the Mahabharata.
The Hindu epic poem, the Mahabharata, tells of events that happened about 1200 BC. One of the heroes of the poem is described as going up into heaven this way.
On a gigantic beam of light, which shone as the sun, and whose noise was like the thunder of a thunderstorm.
A liftoff. Whoever wrote this witnessed some kind of a ship blasting off over 3,000 years ago.
Well, it's just a poem. You don't think that men from outer space would have left more than a few drawings or a few poems.
Did the author of that ancient text witness what we would call today a blast-off? Supposing for a moment that space travelers have visited Earth for thousands of years, would they not have left some proof of their existence? Something besides stories and drawings of strange objects in the sky? Many UFO researchers believe that exactly this kind of evidence can be found on the plains of Nazca in southern Peru. These lines are probably 2,000 years old, but the resemblance to a modern airport is quite striking.
In some cases, the Nazca lines, for instance, they're described as being runways, but they're simply long, straight lines gouged in the desert. And there's no way any kind of an airplane could land on them and survive.
Are the markings on the plains of Nazca the remains of the busy airport they resemble? If so, they suggest a large volume of traffic, perhaps hundreds of space vessels coming and going.
If alien spacecraft then in use are like the ones they're using now, they would not have needed runways. Perhaps these are some kind of navigational markings because they're visible only from the air.
If so, what were the interplanetary travelers bringing to Earth? Or what were they taking away? Could it be that they had a specific plan that included the inhabitants on Earth? The astounding answers when UFO Diaries return. If travelers from a distant planet have been visiting our world for centuries, the possibility exists that they were not here as casual observers. Could the alien visitors have had some deep interest in human development? And if so, how much of our history was affected by beings not of this earth?
I believe that there is substantial evidence that we were visited in ancient times by beings who wanted to help us to advance and progress. In Istanbul, for example, there is a strange map which had been made by the 16th century Turkish cartographer Piri Reis.
And you say the Piri map was made in 1513?
If it has been dated accurately, this map was made in 1513, only 21 years after Columbus reached the Americas.
Quite a complete map for that time.
They show that Antarctica is a continent, a fact we didn't learn until the 19th century.
I mean, look, this map shows mountains in Antarctica.
And this map even shows mountains there that were not discovered until the 20th century.
It's like
Did this early cartographer get his information from someone who had seen our world from outer space? And is it significant that Piri Reis's extraordinary map came into being just at the time European civilization was beginning a vast expansion? Could alien beings somehow have taken an interest in the course of human progress? If so, their involvement may have been vast and far-reaching, including many scientific advances literally handed down from the heavens.
If you have doubts that some culture far in advance of ours has been helping us along, you should look at some of the cultures of Mexico and Central America. You'll see, for example, a pyramid in Yucatan called El Castillo, the castle. Twice a year, exactly on the spring and autumn solstice, the sun aligns across those steps in such a way as to cast an eerie shadow, the image of a giant snake crawling down the pyramid. The snake represents Kukulkan, the Mayan god who supposedly created all life on Earth. The local legend has it that Kukulkan himself ordered the pyramid at Chichen Itza built in this way.
But why would the serpent god command such a structure to be built? And why was it carefully constructed in such a way that the serpent image appears, as if by magic, twice a year?
The Mayan pyramid works as a calendar. It predicts exactly 365 and 1/4 days. For people who had no other calendar, this signal of planting and harvesting season meant life and death. I believe they had somebody to help them figure this all out.
If this remarkable structure were a gift from the gods, as their legend has it, then these super beings were indeed deeply concerned with the local culture. It would seem they wanted these people to thrive and survive.
We have to consider this. Around 600 AD, they abandoned their cities, crops, and everything and moved north. There was no war, plague, or famine. They simply moved as though someone had told them to move.
Was the Mayan nation deliberately raised in this controlled environment and then set out to share its advanced knowledge with the rest of the region? Isn't it more reasonable to believe that the Mayan people were simply more advanced than we've thought? That they achieved scientific wonders without any outside help?
We have to take into account the stories told by so many of the native cultures of how their races were visited by beings who came down from the sky to visit and help them.
Is that it? That's it. Still here.
Take, for example, this carving in the Mexican temple at Palenque. It is supposedly related to that culture's stories of how it came to be, of how they survived all these years.
I'll have to admit, does look familiar.
Resemblance to a modern space traveler. Very striking. But might this not also be mere coincidence? If so, then the mystery only grows deeper when we learn that many researchers believe this sculpture represents Kukulkan, who came down from the sky and gave mankind many technological advances, including the calendar. And yet, many researchers remain unconvinced that these artifacts prove mankind has been frequently visited by extraterrestrials. Skeptics claim that this so-called evidence indicates a technology very much like ours in the 20th century, with smoke and flames, airport runways, pressure suits, and so on.
All of this looks like the kind of technology we use today.
Could beings from another world have made visits to Earth using rockets and planes similar to those we use today? If so, they would have to have come from somewhere in the sky.
It seems improbable that beings light years away would drop in on us, but visitors from one of our neighboring worlds, that's something else.
But if that is true, which neighboring world? Could it be that there is another planet, one we have yet to learn about? We'll find out when UFO Diaries return. You have it. Thank you very much. For a time, imaginative people of all kinds believed that intelligent life might exist on some of Earth's nearest neighbors. In fact, many people still associate UFOs with Mars or Venus. But now we know that conditions on the other planets in our system make it very unlikely that any kind of recognizable life could exist on these inhospitable worlds. And so the notion of Earth being visited by creatures from nearby planets now seems utterly impossible. Or is it? Zechariah Sitchin has dedicated years of study to the belief that this world's most ancient visitors came from a planet in our own system.
I believe that the answer to most of our questions about extraterrestrial visitors lies in the ancient records of the Sumerians. The Sumerian civilization emerged in what is now Iraq about 6,000 years ago. They provided the basis for every great culture that followed them, starting with the Babylonians and Assyrians and on, up to our own modern society. Every aspect of civilization that we consider essential had its first in Sumer. Writing and mathematics, the wheel, the kiln, brickmaking, high-rise buildings, kingship, codes of law, astronomy, and much, much more. Many cultures struggled for centuries to advance and to develop. But the Sumerian civilization appeared almost overnight as if planted there.
The Sumerians had detailed knowledge of the solar system thousands of years before modern astronomy. How could they have known?
Most amazing was the Sumerian knowledge of astronomy. They knew of all the planets we know of today, described them in texts, and even depicted them correctly by location and size. The astronomer Copernicus is often said to be the first to prove that the planets orbited around the sun, and that Earth was one of those planets. That was in 1543. But the Sumerians said the same thing 5,500 years earlier. Even more amazing, they described Uranus and Neptune as blue-green twins. Modern science was unable to closely observe these planets until 1986 with the flyby mission of the Voyager probe that found them to be blue-green twins exactly as the Sumerians had described them thousands of years earlier.
Was this a fortunate choice of words for an imaginative Sumerian writer? Or was it based on information from someone who had seen Uranus and Neptune at close range? And does this mean we found the first UFO 6,000 years in the past?
The Sumerian texts, such as this one, explicitly state that all their advanced knowledge came from those whom they called Anunnaki, literally meaning those who from heaven to earth came.
But where did these visitors come from? Did the Sumerians leave any clues to the origin of the Anunnaki?
Ancient Sumerian writings describe a planet orbiting the sun on an oblique to the others, and of such a long orbit that it only makes one complete circuit every 3,600 of our years. They call this world Nibiru, and it was from that world that the Anunnaki came. If this theory is correct, it suggests how an inhabited planet, called Planet X by astronomers, could have once been close enough to Earth for the Anunnaki to reach us with some kind of short-range vehicles.
Does this explain how alien explorers might have come to Earth? In spaceships, not too different from those we have today. And if there is a planet such as the Sumerian texts describe, has it not passed by Earth time and time again?
My study of history shows several time periods during which mankind's knowledge and progress seem to have suddenly leaped forward. And they do seem to be about 3,600 years apart. To me, this is highly suggestive that the Anunnaki have taken advantage of their proximity to Earth on several occasions and have helped us to advance and progress every time.
Has human progress been periodically boosted by the race that started our earliest civilization? Or are we part of a cosmic science experiment? And why would an alien race be so willing, even eager, to help advance the course of human progress? Could it be that we are somehow part of them? Astounding answers when UFO Diaries returns. We're exploring the theory that travelers have come to Earth throughout the ages, arriving from a hidden planet in our own solar system. Are we any closer to an explanation of why these ancient visitors would be so eager to help mankind progress and develop?
It seems very likely that these space travelers, thousands of years ago, wished for our race to survive for the same reason we wish our children to survive. Maybe it was these beings who seeded this planet with their own life forms, and we may be, in a real sense, their children.
If that is true, we've found the first UFO, and it's the one that brought us here to this world we call our home. In fact, this theory may be supported by the biblical account of the creation of humankind. The 6th chapter of Genesis tells us the Nephilim took the daughters of men as wives, and these young women bore children to them, and these were the mighty men who were of old. Could this refer to the alien visitors the Sumerians called the Anunnaki? Did men from another world mate with human females, producing hybrid offspring?
Yes, the evidence is very convincing. We may well be mixed breed descendants of humans and extraterrestrials. In fact, according to ancient records, the whom they married self created by an earlier genetic manipulation.
Wait a minute. Look at this.
It's DNA. Could it be that the ancient Sumerians actually knew something about genetics?
We have only recently discovered the key to our genetic structure, the twisting coils of DNA. But here is the same depiction on a Sumerian artifact from 5,000 years ago. It illustrates the process by which the Anunnaki jumped the gun on evolution and created Homo sapiens.
Is this the ultimate discovery in the study of UFOs? In finding the earliest alien visitors to Earth, have we also revealed that they are our ancestors?
Yes, we are partly of the same genetic makeup, created in their image and after their likeness.
Does this explain why ancient depictions of visitors from the sky often resemble human beings? Have we traced the first UFO and discovered ourselves?
The modern UFO belief system, in a way, has become part of modern American society's creation myth. You have these all-powerful beings who are responsible for everything we do not understand. In a way, they're equivalent to Zeus and Hercules in Greek and Roman mythology. So in a way, they are just the latest chapter in the great human mythological story.
Will these stories ever be confirmed as truth? Will the ancient astronauts return to check on our progress? We can only wait and see. And meanwhile, continue puzzling over these strange clues in the pages of the UFO Diaries. The Secret of Roswell, in this chapter of UFO Diaries. One of the most intriguing chapters in the stories of the UFO Diaries is the one often referred to as the Roswell incident. For almost 50 years, researchers have been unable to get to the truth of the matter. Did a flying saucer, some kind of unearthly spacecraft, crash near Roswell, New Mexico, early in July of 1947? Has the U.S. government recovered it and kept it hidden all these years? And what of the occupants, if any? What happened to them? Does the U.S. government really know what fell from the sky that night? And if they do, will they admit it? And why, after 50 years, do UFO researchers still say it's crucial that we learn the truth? Captain Kevin Randall has committed years of his life to the task of discovering this truth and has written several exhaustive studies on the events at Roswell. As an enduring mystery should, it all began on a stormy night in the summer of 1947.
The story that's been told is that Mac Brazel was alone at the ranch in early July 1947, heard a clap of thunder that sounded much louder, different than the normal claps of thunder. Didn't think too much of it that night. The next day, he was out on the range looking to see which fields had gotten the rain the night before because he was going to move the livestock. And as he explored the fields, he came to an area that was filled with metallic debris.
Captain Randall and many others have said that the pieces of debris that Mac Brazel discovered were like nothing else on Earth. Mac Brazel then decided to bring the matter to the attention of the authorities. So he left the ranch and drove the few miles into the nearest town, Roswell, New Mexico. The sheriff of Roswell at the time was George Wilcox. His granddaughter, Barbara Duggar, recalls the story.
In the 40s, there was a spacecraft, a flying saucer is what FEMA called it, crashed outside of Roswell. My grandfather went out there to the site. When he got out there, there was a big burned area, and then they saw debris. I asked her, I said, did he see any little space beings? And she said, yes, there was 4 of them.
The sheriff, according to reports, immediately got in touch with the nearby Army Air Base about the field of strange debris. It was only a short time before officers were on the site and eager to see exactly what Sheriff Wilcox was talking about. After all, a field full of debris is one thing, but actual beings from outer space? What happened next was either the biggest error or the biggest cover-up in the history of the Air Force.
Major Jesse A. Marcel, the air intelligence officer of the 509th Bomb Group, was told by Colonel Blanchard to go out and take a look at the scene himself. Marcel got out there, again, saw an area that he described himself as 3/4 of a mile long, 200 to 300 feet wide, filled with metallic debris. He showed it to Colonel William Blanchard, the commander of the 509th Bomb Group. Blanchard ordered a press release saying that the Army had captured a flying saucer, talked to Lieutenant Walter Hott. Hott issued the press release, wrote the press release, and took it to the various media outlets in Roswell, the 2 radio stations, the 2 newspapers, and from that point it went over the wire.
The release read, in part, the many rumors regarding the flying disc became a reality yesterday when the intelligence office of the 509th Bomb Group of the 8th Air Force, Roswell Army Airfield, was fortunate enough to gain possession of a disc through the cooperation of one of the local ranchers. But there was no mention of the space beings the sheriff told his family he had seen. Was this the beginning of a giant hoax or a giant cover-up? Barbara Duggar's grandmother was still afraid of the repercussions 40 years after the event.
I don't know anybody to tell, and she said, the reason that I'm telling you this is because when the incident happened, the military police came to the courthouse. They told George and I that if we ever told anything about this incident, talked about it in any way, that not only we would be killed, but the family, that they would get the rest of the family.
But if the Air Force had already admitted publicly that they had in their possession a flying saucer, why threaten a local official and his family if they didn't keep silent? And according to Bill Brazel, Mac's son, his father was also sworn to secrecy. Secrecy about what? Had Mac Brazel found something more than just a field littered with strange debris?
This is basically where Roswell incident becomes a series of different mysteries that crisscross. Because Colonel Blanchard admitted they had a more or less intact flying saucer, then clearly somewhere they had more than just the small bit of metallic debris reported by Mac Brazel.
According to many who were in Roswell at the time, the result was a tremendous flood of worldwide attention focused on the small New Mexico town. But what happened next seems to have been even more mysterious.
3 hours later, the official story changed. General Roger Ramey, commander of the 8th Air Force, the parent organization of the 509th Bomb Group, issued another press release saying it was nothing more than a weather balloon. According to General Ramey, the balloon had crashed on the ranch, That's what Major Marcel found. He had overreacted thinking that he had a flying saucer. It was just this weather balloon and the Raven target reflector.
Is it possible that this photograph was a total fabrication? Here's what the officer on the right, General Thomas Dubose, now says about this Army Air Force press release claiming the crash was just a weather balloon.
We knew that it was a cover story, and whose idea it was, I haven't the vaguest idea, but we used that in order to assuage the curiosity of the press.
Why? Why would representatives of the U.S. military announce that the debris was from a weather balloon if senior officers knew otherwise?
Maybe Mac Brazel did find a balloon, but the problem with this is it never explains all the other testimony. It does not explain all the debris.
Recently, Major Marcel's son has come forward to tell an amazing story he remembers from his childhood having to do with that same debris.
Major Marcel brought some of the material home so they could show it to his wife and his son. Then later on, he took all of that material back to the Roswell Army Airfield.
Stuff scattered all over the countryside.
The thing that set this apart from anything that I had ever seen before or since was the markings on parts of the wreckage. In the I-beam structural members, there was like a writing of sorts. I remember at the time thinking this was like hieroglyphic, but it wasn't really hieroglyphic, but it was more of geometrical forms and symbols.
Still, the weather balloon explanation could easily have been the end of what we know of the Roswell incident. But there were about to be even more startling discoveries when Ufo Diaries returns. What has kept the Roswell incident a matter of heated controversy even today? One reason is the story told by this man, Grady Barnett, a civil engineer living in Roswell at the time. Grady Barnett told his friend Vern Malte about what he saw that July afternoon.
Mr. Barnett told me that when he was coming back from one of his field trips, he'd run onto a flying saucer that had burst open, and there were 4 beings on the ground.
4 alien beings, as well as an almost intact spacecraft. The number of beings coincides exactly with what Sheriff George Wilcox said he found. Civil engineer Grady Barnett claims to have seen a crashed flying saucer and the dead occupants of that craft. Can this be the same craft that the Army Air Force later claimed to have in its possession? But if Grady Barnett's flying saucer was almost entirely intact, what accounts for the massive amounts of debris discovered by Mac Brazel? And there was something else. Barnett said all the beings he saw were dead. Sheriff Wilcox told a slightly different story.
And Granddaddy said their heads were large, and the little suit that they had on was just, you couldn't, it was just like silk or something. And I asked her, I said, were the little men alive? Were they dead? And she said, I think one of them was alive.
Could it be there were 2 flying saucers instead of just 1, each carrying a crew of 4? Some UFO researchers believe that this is the only explanation. By all accounts, the debris was all very small. If these were pieces of a craft of some kind, it must have been totally obliterated.
Based on first-hand accounts of people who were involved, it's clear that the solution to the mystery was going to be found miles away from the Brazel Ranch, much closer to Roswell. Since the vessel was made of such super strong material, whatever destroyed it must have been a tremendous force.
And what about the material found at the Mac Brazel Ranch? By all accounts, the debris was clearly not something from this earth.
The material discovered at the debris field defied all attempts of the people to explain what it was. The foil could not be cut. The wood-like material couldn't be whittled. It couldn't be burned. So clearly we have material that is not like anything that was available in our society in 1947.
Is it possible that the pieces of debris found on the ranch were really something quite natural? For example, could they have come from a meteorite?
Well, a meteor would enter the Earth's atmosphere at, of course, very high speed. And once it meets the resistance of the Earth's atmosphere, it begins to burn up and lose, of course, its size. And what's more, A meteor that landed with an audible impact would have left a gigantic impact crater, such as the one in Arizona.
Whatever struck the ground in New Mexico left no crater. Did create a gouge in the terrain, but that's more suggestive of some kind of a controlled crash than something falling out of the sky.
Some have suggested then that the debris could easily have been the wreckage from a top-secret spy plane. During the late 1940s, the former Soviet Union was very curious about American nuclear bomb experiments, which were conducted only 100 miles from Roswell. A spy plane trying to capture these secrets would logically fly to that part of the country.
The Soviet Union had nothing of the kind in 1947. In fact, using Freedom of Information, we checked to see if any Soviet aircraft had penetrated the coastal defense zones in 1947. Absolutely no evidence of any Soviet attempts to fly any kind of aircraft inside the United States in that time frame.
But UFO researchers have recently discovered that the Soviet Union did have an interest in Roswell. That amazing story when we return. George Knapp recently returned from a trip to the former Soviet Union. He discovered that the Russians had a very high level of interest in the events of Roswell in 1947, and they came to some startling conclusions.
We met a scientist while we were in Russia who worked under a guy named Sergei Korolev, who's the father of Russian rocketry. And Korolev had told this doctor about his meeting with Joseph Stalin in the late 1940s. Stalin had an intense interest in UFOs, and one of the things he wanted to know about was Roswell. At the time, the late 40s, Roswell, New Mexico, was a hotbed of Russian espionage activity because we had so many secret military programs there. So they heard about Roswell, and they were curious about it. And he had his scientists and his spies study it, and the conclusion they came up with was that Roswell was real, that something really did crash there, that it wasn't a weather balloon, and it wasn't anything of earthly origin. They didn't know exactly where it came from, but they knew it wasn't ours and it wasn't theirs, and this was something that was of monumental importance that needed to be studied.
Still at the center of this story was the man who had, in a sense, started it all, Mac Brazel. Brazel was a virtual prisoner at the ranch. If this is true, then it would seem the Army feared he might tell others the truth about what he'd seen. Then, another unexpected development in the Roswell incident.
Come on over, take a look at this. It'll be all right. It'll be okay. Come on over. Come here. There he goes! Hey! Where you go? Where you go? This way there.
The story of the Roswell incident took a remarkable turn when, as witnesses claim, Mac Brazel escaped from the Army and headed straight for the people he knew he could trust. His friends at radio station KGFL in Roswell would later tell how they hid Brazel at one of their houses.
We offered him a place to stay that night so he could get away from a lot of people with questions.
The plan had been to broadcast an interview with Mac Brazel, but Judd Roberts tells us that he'd gotten a number of phone calls from Washington, D.C. that prevented them from broadcasting the interview.
Suggestion was made to us that if we wanted to keep our license, we would not use the interview on the air, because that would give us about 24 hours to find something else to do beside the radio business.
Can this really be true? Did the U.S. Army use coercive tactics to ensure Mac Brazel's silence? And if so, his silence about what?
But while at the base, he was virtually a prisoner. We know that he was kept at the guest house under guard, which is not exactly being in jail, but it's basically the same thing. On the evening of July 9th, the military took Mac Brazel to the various media outlets in Roswell, and here he was telling them a story that differed significantly than what he told them on July 6th.
What I found yesterday in my field was a weather balloon.
What?
A weather balloon.
What are you
Mr.
What happened to Mac Brazel during the time he was in custody? Why did he change his story? Perhaps the truth is that Mac Brazel planned to reveal the same remarkable story later told by mortician Glenn Dennis.
In 1947, Glenn Dennis worked at the Ballard Funeral Home. In small towns, often the hearse doubled as an ambulance, and Glenn Dennis would have an opportunity to drive injured airmen back out to the base. Once he arrived at the hospital and escorted the airmen into the emergency room, he had an opportunity to see some of the metallic debris that had been collected on the debris field in the back of ambulances as he walked by them.
Looks like you've had a crash. I said, I see some debris and then the ambulance is there. And that's probably where I really got in trouble right there.
Excuse me, sir, this is private property. No looking. Hey. You know, what do you guys got there? Don't you worry about what we got there.
You say one word to anybody, and you're dead. Get him out of here.
Glenn was told in very blunt language that if he ever talked about this, if he went into town and told his friends about it, he'd be killed.
But Glenn Dennis's connection to the Roswell incident did not end there. He would soon learn much more from his girlfriend, a nurse at the base hospital.
And this was a young second lieutenant, very deeply religious lady. She was born and raised in a very strict Catholic family. She was going into this examination room that was across the hall. She was going in to get some supplies, and when she walked in the door, there was two doctors there. She started out the door and said, "You stay here, we've got to have you." And what it was, they were examining, she told me, 3 bodies, foreign bodies. She said 2 of them were very mutilated. That was then, she said, "I've got to go back to the barracks." He said, "I'm deathly ill and I've got to go back to the barracks." And then that was the last time I ever saw her. The next day, I called out. I wanted to see how she was doing and how she was feeling. And they said that she'd been transferred out. And they didn't know where, but she was no longer there at the air base.
What happened to the nurse who was pressed into duty on that fateful July day? Did she see, perhaps even work on, the bodies described by Sheriff Wilcox? Could this really have happened? And if so, are the bodies even related at all to the debris found by Mac Brazel? If this is the real solution to the Roswell mystery at last, it unfortunately only raises other equally difficult questions. If there were 2 saucers, or one that broke into 2 pieces, where are all those pieces now? And if the alien pilots really were taken away from the crash site, what became of them? Sappho Henderson, the widow of an Air Force pilot flying out of Roswell at the time, claims to have the answer.
I guess if they're putting in the papers now, it's no longer a top secret. And he said, he bought the papers, and we went to the car, and he said, "Read those." And I read the article, and he said, "It's a true story." He said, "Not only did I know about it, but I'm the pilot that took the crashed saucer to Dayton, Ohio."
Was undeniable proof of extraterrestrial life carefully transported to Dayton, Ohio, and hidden away? In a moment, amazing answers when UFO Diaries returns. Even if it were possible to piece together the truth about the Roswell incident, can we somehow prove once and for all what really happened? Or has the evidence been locked away where the general public could never find it?
We know enough about what happened to realize the government collected everything. They policed the area, they gathered the craft, they gathered the bodies. They picked up everything. Best evidence is that the spacecraft and the bodies were collected in Hangar 84 at the Roswell Army Airfield, and that they were then sent to other bases around the country. We know, based on, again, good testimony, that a preliminary autopsy was held at the base hospital. The nurse that Glenn Dennis knew said that she saw 3 bodies inside the base hospital. So we know 3 of them were at the hospital at one time. What we have are a large number of people, many of whom are unknown to one another, telling the same basic story from different points of view, from Mac Brazel on the debris field to the men such as Major Edwin Easley, who was on the impact site, telling a story that dovetails nicely. If it was a hoax, we would not have the corroborative testimony that has been offered by these people.
The Roswell incident seems to be a mystery that will never fully be explained unless more of the original eyewitnesses break the decades of silence. It does seem there's been an elaborate cover-up, lasting almost half a century and employing methods that may have at times been brutal. But could the wall of silence around the Roswell incident finally be breaking down? Will the government soon release the whole truth? exactly as it happened. After numerous requests from his constituents, New Mexico Congressman Steve Schiff has asked the U.S. Department of Defense for an official explanation of the events of July 1947.
In March of 1993, New Mexico Congressman Stephen Schiff began an attempt to break through the wall of secrecy that's been hiding this event.
But he was answered only by an Air Force colonel who claimed that the Department of Defense keeps its documents from that era on file in the National Archives, and that Congressman Schiff should contact them. A search of the archives only produced another mystery.
Congressman Schiff eventually got a response from the National Archives, which said generally that they had no information in the archives about the events now known as the Roswell incident.
Apparently, in the eyes of the Defense Department, the Roswell incident simply did not happen. Why are there no records of what numerous witnesses claimed they saw? A military operation carried out on private property.
The Blue Book files contain absolutely no information about Roswell with the exception of a single paragraph and a single newspaper clipping in another file. So Congressman Schiff felt that response from the military, from the National Archives, did not answer the questions he had asked.
But what of the threats, the intimidation, the secrecy? Are we to believe, as the government still seems to expect, that it was all over a weather balloon? For those who claim to have been eyewitnesses to whatever happened at Roswell, the events of July 1947 can never be forgotten. But until more evidence comes to the surface, the incident at Roswell is still another of the many unanswered questions in the UFO Diaries. Is the United States government hiding significant, even crucial, about UFOs? Was the Air Force Project Blue Book just an elaborate cover-up designed to prevent the public from learning the truth? Why was the project summarily dropped? Were too many people getting too close to the amazing facts already in the possession of the Air Force? The search for the astounding truth behind Project Blue Book in this chapter of UFO Diaries. The mystery behind the UFO phenomenon has puzzled people all over. What are these things? Where do they come from? And what is their purpose here? Do all the unidentified objects seen by thousands of witnesses always turn out to be something familiar or natural? Or are they sometimes proven to be something not made on Earth? If even a few of the UFOs sighted are in fact visitors from another world, how should the governments of our world react? Should they treat these strange flying craft as friends or assume them to be enemies? How have we responded to UFOs in the past? Has an official policy ever been stated by the leaders of our planet's nations?
The American government's policy on UFOs has taken some bizarre twists and turns in the last 50 years.
To the best of our knowledge, this all began in 1947 with a private plane flying over Washington state.
A businessman, Kenneth Arnold, saw 9 crescent-shaped objects flying in an echelon formation near Mount Rainier.
And he naturally thought that these were planes, but they were not behaving like any airplanes he had seen.
He told reporters at Yakima, Washington, that the motion of the objects he'd seen was like that of a saucer skipping across the pond.
This was the first sighting to really stick in the public mind, and it gave it the term flying saucers.
Based on Arnold's experience as a pilot, based on his credibility as a businessman, there seemed to be little reason not to accept what he'd said. When the Air Force finally issued their official explanation for the Arnold sighting, they said it was a mirage, some kind of apparition floating in the atmosphere.
After that sighting, hundreds of people saw objects in the sky and reported them to the Army Air Force. And in September 1947, Lieutenant General Nathan Twining, head of Air Materiel Command, wrote to the office of the Commanding General of the Army Air Forces. And in this letter, he strongly recommended that an official investigation be carried out. And on December 30th that year, a project was approved and given space at Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. The general public knew that the Air Force had started some kind of hunt for flying saucers, so the operation was widely referred to as Project Saucer, but its official code name was Project Sign. Now, Project Sign supposedly was an earnest attempt to discover the truth about UFOs. But from its very first investigation, it was clear that something else was going on behind the scenes. What appeared to be going on was an attempt to conceal the whole truth about the matter. And this was especially tragic because the first known investigation involved the loss of life in pursuit of an alien vehicle. On January 7th, 1948, Flight Commander Thomas Mantell was ordered to investigate a UFO flying over Godman Field, Kentucky. After climbing to 23,000 feet, ground personnel lost sight of Captain Mantell and the alien vehicle. But he reported by radio that he was still closing in on what he described, a tremendous metallic object. And as far as we know, that was Captain Mantell's last message. At 5 p.m. that night, the wreckage of Captain Mantell's P-51 airplane was discovered, with his body still in the cockpit.
What really happened? Was Mantell's plane destroyed because it came too close to a UFO?
We know this, that every tiny piece of wreckage of his plane was vacuumed up and hauled away and classified. Why?
Because he was reporting live to the control tower what he was seeing and what he was doing, up to the point where he apparently passed out from lack of oxygen. And of course, Project Sign investigated and decided what everybody was really seeing was planet Venus.
The Air Force said some of the most stupid things to explain Captain Mantell's death. Captain was a very highly trained pilot, very experienced, intelligent young man. They insulted his intelligence, first of all, by saying he'd been following the planet Venus. They also stated that he climbed too high, got out of his oxygen, passed out, and crashed. The excuses that they come up with to explain events of this kind are absolutely absurd.
Anything given to Project Sign had to be purged and passed down from upstairs after they found a way to successfully explain away either that it was Venus, a star.
But the fact the Air Force ultimately dismissed this sighting as nothing more than Venus suggests they weren't interested in solving the mystery.
In 1947, the United States was just recovering from the Second World War and entering into the earliest days of the Cold War. So it must have been very reassuring to believe that nothing could happen in the sky that the Air Force could not explain. But was that in fact the case? Were UFO reports quickly dismissed because they were all simple cases of mistaken identity? Or was there another reason? Project Sign continued to find explanations for many of the sightings that were reported to them. But in the early morning of July 24, 1948, something happened that Project Sign could not explain, and that opened the door to a whole new era of UFO investigation. What was this event that changed the course of the official military investigation into UFOs? The amazing answer when UFO Diaries returns. If the Air Force study of UFOs had at first been skeptical, what caused them to change their minds? Just after 2 a.m. on July 24, 1948, a DC-3 passenger plane was 5,000 feet above Montgomery, Alabama, when the crew and one passenger reported seeing an aircraft unlike any they'd ever seen or heard of. The witnesses were certain that it was neither an airplane nor a weather balloon.
When Project Sign investigated the object seen over Montgomery, Alabama, they discovered that two people on the ground had seen the same thing. Taken all together, these sightings were something that Project Sign could not dismiss as a meteor or reflection. This was obviously some kind of craft, but there was nothing like it in 1948, at least in our inventory.
But did this unique UFO sighting really change the philosophy of Project Sign?
A problem came when the staff members who were originally briefed to believe that they were going to have all the information that the Air Force had came to an independent conclusion that there was more to this than they were advocating.
And the reality and the facts that were sensitive, that really indicated we were dealing with extraterrestrial technology, was never, ever released. There was policy decisions made that information would never get out. So they would either explain it away or they would insult whoever made the report, and they would even end up insulting some of their own Air Force pilots, which is an absurdity.
I've investigated pilot sightings for many years, and there's a number of reasons why I have chosen pilots as a specialty. One is that they're highly trained. They are in an environment which has a good visibility, usually, vantage in many directions, for instance. And in fact, they can change the direction of their airplane to follow the phenomenon. Another reason is that many aircraft have special instruments on board that might pick up electromagnetic energy. They can use their radios to call to the ground and ask for assistance, radar perhaps, or weather, or military assistance of some sort, so that they're not just isolated witnesses anymore, but they might be accompanied by other professionals.
If pilots are such credible witnesses, why didn't the Air Force appear to take numerous sighting reports seriously?
I know it's been suggested that our government and other governments have been denying or covering up UFO evidence. If that's true, it's easy to understand. It could be that they are trying to protect some advanced technology development that they're working on. But I think there may be another reason, and that is that if the phenomenon is real and they know it's real, then they don't want to admit to the public that they can't protect us from the phenomenon.
In 1948, in Project Sign, something called the Estimate of the Situation was written. There's controversy about what was in the Estimate of the Situation and who wrote it, but it stated essentially that this was an extraterrestrial phenomenon, and then went on apparently to give various insights about propulsion systems and things like that. The Estimate of the Situation was then sent to George Vandenberg, who was Air Force Chief of Staff at the time. Vandenberg took a look at this estimate and just thought that the document was just ridiculous, nonsense. He ordered all the copies of it destroyed, and they were, which is why we don't really know what was in it.
If the report contained nothing of a secret nature, why was the order given for it to be destroyed?
General Hoyt Vandenberg was in a position to know the highest secrets of government at the time. He would have known things that he couldn't even tell to the men of Project Sign. And apparently when Project Sign made a report stating flat out that they were extraterrestrial, they evidently hit on something he already knew. So the only thing he could do was reject the report and order every copy of it destroyed. From that time on, we can trace the deliberate attempt on the part of some, not all, of the Air Force to conceal the truth about UFOs.
Every major European power, including the United States, is involved with this research in trying to keep the lid on this thing, to keep the cover on it, to control the release of the information.
But why? Why would the U.S. government first set up a project to learn the truth about UFOs and then destroy its findings? Had Project Sign uncovered a secret it was not supposed to learn? In any case, since Project Sign had incurred the anger of the Air Force Chief of Staff, it should come as no surprise that the project was then disbanded.
Project Sign was eventually changed to Project Grudge to get out what were considered to be soft-minded people, making Project Grudge a little bit more hard-nosed.
And it seemed that they took a whole other vantage point and really tried to collect those people that were willing to put more of a mundane explanation on UFOs.
And Project Grudge then went on to become more of a debunking outfit.
But once again, a remarkable incident forced the military to reconsider. In 1951, Army Signal Corps radar tracking stations at Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, spotted a number of fast-moving unknowns over that military base. These same objects were seen by people on the ground, and they were reported to approach and depart from the area repeatedly.
By now, the U.S. was becoming involved in the Korean conflict, and it was the height of the Cold War. Any object traveling that fast on radar was assumed to be an enemy missile. This missile was repeatedly violating our airspace at a speed so fast that we could not possibly intercept it.
There were government authorities and scientists who had concluded from the very beginning that the evidence that they had indicated that we were dealing with an extraterrestrial intelligence.
First of all, it was a major sighting year. The 1952 wave was one of the largest waves of sightings that we had.
They either had to explain away the event and tell people that they misunderstood that they were looking at Venus or whatever. They came up with some of the most absurd answers, and they insulted the intelligence of a lot of American people.
The problem was, even Project Grudge had a significant number of cases which could not be identified.
Many people were becoming frightened. The nation turned to the Air Force for explanations.
The Air Force, no matter how much they tried, couldn't really get away from having to deal with the situation, and there continued to be UFO reports.
By 1951, Project Grudge became Project Blue Book,
which was, quote unquote, the open project, which was to be able to study and collect reports.
Would Project Blue Book finally begin a serious investigation of UFOs? Would the Air Force, at last, use their resources to discover the truth? Yes. The astonishing orders that created Project Blue Book and the UFO incident that the government could not ignore. When UFO Diaries return. By the 1950s, Americans were reporting UFO sightings in ever-increasing numbers. Most people were very eager for an official explanation of the strange phenomenon they'd witnessed, and they assumed that any such reassurance would ultimately come from the Air Force itself. But if the claims made by some UFO researchers are true, the United States government created a special operation for researching unidentified flying objects, but then dictated what the project would find and what it would not find.
So the Air Force embarked on a mission to go forward and reduce the number of reports to a minimum.
The order was to find explanations for UFO sightings, but not necessarily the correct ones.
And their identifications became outlandish, totally unrelated to what people were seeing, and what they were looking at was not a UFO, obviously, it was something else. Once the reports were reduced to a minimum, it would show people that everything in the sky could be identified.
The Air Force wanted to be able to say, we have the situation under control. After 1953, Project Blue Book was not trying to find out whether there were visitors from outer space.
But assuming that some UFOs were in fact visitors from another world, how could such a fact be kept secret?
Project Blue Book had its sort of glory days in 1952. They had a Project Blue Book at this time. Was a man named Captain Ed Ruppelt. Ruppelt was a fair-minded individual who took it upon himself to try to solve the UFO mystery.
The credible people telling the incredible stories, as Dr. Hynek used to say.
In this way, Ruppelt was very much like the project's chief science consultant, Dr. J. Allen Hynek. Hynek had been part of the operation since the days of Project Sign as an expert astronomer and a UFO skeptic. Ruppelt and Hynek began their study, and what they learned convinced them both that UFOs represented intelligence not of this earth.
And if Ruppelt and Hynek had any doubts, nothing could have changed their minds quicker than the events of July 1952.
A series of objects were seen flying over the Capitol building and the White House by pilots, by radar operators on radar equipment, and by civilians on the street.
The objects made right-angle turns, extremely fast accelerations, things that are impossible for aircraft of 1952.
Exactly 7 days later, on July 26th, 1952, objects were seen over the Capitol grounds again. An intercept was ordered again, and this time the objects were still there when the planes came. The planes chased the objects for a while, and afterwards the objects flew away. But the press got wind of this. There were sensational headlines across the country, and suddenly the Pentagon was swamped with inquiries, with calls about what was going on. Are we being invaded? Should we run for the hills? What should we do?
Meanwhile, the Air Force held an official press conference. They reported that the radar sightings had not been an attack on the U.S. Capitol, but were simply a temperature inversion. They claimed that pockets of cold air caused the radar to pick up reflections from the ground and mistake them for flying objects. The naked eye sightings were blamed on meteors and the normal excitement of witnesses. It was, after all, the stated mission of Blue Book to investigate and explain these types of sightings.
There were so many calls into the Pentagon that the Air Force and the CIA actually became a little bit worried that these calls would be disrupting the normal channels of military intelligence. So the CIA organized a panel of scientists to look at the subject sort of secretly. This was known as the Robertson Panel, which met in January of 1953.
They sifted through the mountains of evidence compiled by Project Blue Book, the films, the pictures, the movies, and all. After spending only 12 hours reviewing 6 years of research, they issued their report. This was the highest level of our government at work.
The U.S. government issues its official edict on the question of flying saucers when Ufo Diaries returns. If the Air Force had set up Project Sign, Grudge, and Blue Book for the purpose of explaining UFO sightings, why would the Central Intelligence Agency make its own study of the UFO phenomenon?
Blue Book was merely a public relations front. It was never seriously a program to investigate and determine what was really going on.
Well, it looked like they simply wanted to find out whether UFOs were a secret Soviet weapon or not, and if the UFO situation was as it appeared to be, whether there was an opportunity for the Soviets to use it against the United States.
5 major scientists looked at the subject and decided some very critical things. They decided, first of all, that the objects themselves probably were not extraterrestrial. In other words, they couldn't see, they couldn't understand the evidence for the extraterrestrial aspect of the phenomenon. But they decided that reports, not the objects, but the reports themselves, did in fact constitute a threat to the national security.
They began at that point a systematic program of deception, demystification, and disinformation, and those 3 aspects apparently have continued to this day.
They made no attempt to explain what UFOs were. They just set down a policy to teach people that flying saucers didn't exist.
Therefore, the Robertson panel endowed the Air Force with a mission. And the mission was not to study UFOs, not to try to get to the bottom of the UFO mystery, but to reduce the number of reports to a minimum and thereby end the threat to national security. People throughout the society began to criticize the Air Force for not doing its job. And the next thing you knew, the Air Force had a public relations headache on its hands.
From that time on, the Air Force was no longer interested in Project Blue Book. And finally, in December of 1969, they shut it down completely.
Subsequent documents that have been obtained by UFO researchers have shown otherwise, that the Air Force, the military, the CIA, the National Security Agency, a lot of agencies within our own government have been keeping tabs on the field.
The Freedom of Information Act has limited values to the American people, because the National Security Act that was passed at the end of World War II, during the Cold War, states very clearly that any subject or any item of information that could be construed to be threatening to the national security of the United States cannot and will not be released. Now, the Cold War is over. Who is the enemy now? Why are those limitations of the National Security Act still being applied? Why are they still keeping it from us? Under what excuse? Who's our enemy? You come to the conclusion today that people in Washington, at least some of the national security people, look upon the American people as the enemy.
The Air Force has documents on file showing that UFOs have violated our airspace. And if the things that fly right through our radar and violate our airspace aren't a threat to this government, I don't know what is.
If these things are true, then one all-important question still remains. Why?
It's quite simple. They know. They've known for 50 years that extraterrestrials are visiting Earth.
The Air Force believes the truth is simply too much for us to handle, so they lie to us instead.
Oye, ¿has visto que... To be largely ignored by the agency that had sent him out into space. Why would this brave explorer of the unknown suddenly stop talking about his UFO sightings? Many UFO researchers believe it was because Gordon Cooper and others were ordered to keep quiet, that those orders came from NASA itself.
NASA has even been found in the embarrassing position of ridiculing some of our own astronauts. When some of the guys get back from space and want to talk about what they've seen and what happened on the moon and what occurred while they were in orbit, NASA shuts them up, literally threatens them.
Supposing for a moment that all of this is true, it would seem NASA first sent astronauts into the upper atmosphere and then into space, where some of those pilots saw and reported encounters with UFOs. Then, suddenly, those astronauts stopped reporting such sightings.
I know that when I first started researching UFOs, I wrote to NASA. I got the addresses for every American who'd ever been in space, and I wrote to them. I wrote to all of them, especially underlining parts to those astronauts who had had alleged encounters in space. And I asked them, is it true? Not one single response. Not a letter back to say, you're crazy, leave me alone. No response at all. And I've spoken to people who've been in the space program. The response is, you're not supposed to talk about this stuff. There are numerous reports about alleged encounters in space. The astronauts, to a large degree, will not talk about it.
NASA's status in the federal government allows them to enforce their policies with substantial power.
NASA has regulations that they can send people to prison, put them in quarantine indefinitely if there's been some sort of a contact with extraterrestrial objects or beings.
Does NASA really have the power to silence astronauts who have seen a spaceship or being from another world? And if so, why? Is it not the stated mission of NASA to report whatever it finds in space, including any proof of extraterrestrial life?
NASA's paranoid about UFOs or anything related to ET. You know, they had the SETI program, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, for a number of years. They changed the name of it to something like High Resolution Survey because they didn't want ET in there, even though that's exactly what they're looking for.
The space agency has never admitted to contact with an ET life form of any kind. But is it possible that the real truth has been hidden for decades? If NASA had strong supported evidence that our astronauts were encountering vehicles from another planet, why would this astounding news be kept secret? Why would an organization devoted to scientific discovery cover up its most important finding? Some scientists now believe the real reason is all too clear.
I know it's been suggested that our government and other governments have been denying or covering up UFO evidence. If that's true, it's easy to understand. It could be that they are trying to protect some advanced technology development that they're working on. So by maintaining a cover, they're confusing, and that's part of the game that governments sometimes have to play. But I think there may be another reason, and that is that if the phenomenon is real, and they know it's real, then they don't want to admit to the public that they can't protect us from the phenomenon.
Is NASA's silence on the matter of UFOs an attempt to cover up a threat posed by invaders from another world? Could the military missions taken on by the space shuttle be part of some secret war currently waged between humans and extraterrestrials? Coming up, an astounding story of military forces on Earth confronting vessels from another world when Ufo Diaries returns. It seems incredible that the same agency that sent men to the moon in the name of science might also withhold information about those exploratory missions. But it might be easier to understand NASA drawing a veil of secrecy around the development of a secret weapon for the government. After all, it would not be the first time that the development of a military device has been hidden from the general public. Since NASA draws its personnel and technology largely from the military and has stated openly that it currently conducts secret military missions, could the space agency be protecting a secret about UFOs? A secret that the government armed forces do not want the general public to know. UFO researcher Robert Dean says there is no question that NASA is hiding the very same secret he discovered during his tour of duty in the NATO armed forces.
When I arrived in Paris in '63, I was assigned to the Supreme Headquarters, Allied Powers in Europe, that I learned of a study that had been initiated in 1961. And the simple reason that they established this was that we and the Soviets had almost gone to war with each other at least a half a dozen times. And one of the reasons that we were having problems at that time in Europe was that large numbers of circular metallic objects were flying out of the Soviet sector over the Warsaw Pact areas. These objects would fly at a high altitude at a high rate of speed. Well, for a time, the Soviets thought that those objects belonged to us. And for a while, we even suspected that they might belong to the Soviets. But after a while, it became very clear to everybody that the technology that had been demonstrated repeatedly was so far beyond anything we and the Soviets had in 1961. So that left a big unanswered question: is who are these people?
According to Dean, the government study concluded that UFOs were indeed extraterrestrial vehicles, and that they commanded power so far in excess of our own that they could easily defeat us in any combat.
Now, I have a feeling that certain members of our government know more about it than they've ever shared with the people. The lies that have been told to the American people in the last 50 years, it goes beyond the realm of absurdity.
If the highest powers of world government were aware of extraterrestrial visitors in the early 1960s, it does seem logical that our first astronauts would have been somehow prepared for the beings that they might encounter out in space. So, did NASA begin a policy as early as the 1960s of denying any reports of UFOs, even if that report came from their own astronauts? According to a growing number of UFO researchers, it's not only astronauts whose reports are being suppressed, but even the findings of unmanned space probes as well. Strange features discovered by the Viking Mars probe have stirred controversy throughout the scientific community. And now, many researchers say NASA has deliberately hidden some of what it knows about these shapes on the Martian surface. Could this be because these structures are proof?
NASA is afraid that it'll lose funding if it imagine or else.
Many photographed by who seem to be most folks of nature. So far, no NASA official has admitted the possibility that the artifact is constructed by any kind of a life form. But Stanley McDaniel has performed one of the most exhaustive studies possible on the photographs of the monuments of Mars, and now believes there may be some NASA who are not telling all they know.
Just have made a series, you might call it a string, of bad arguments and faulty reasoning regarding this topic. And I believe that it deserves a serious look by serious scientists. And there are some scientists who are looking at this seriously, but NASA ignores them.
Most of the controversy revolves around this photograph, which appears to show a mile-long sculpture of a human face. NASA officials dismissed the appearance of the face, claiming that other images from the same area showed nothing of the kind.
For over 17 years, NASA insisted there was a second photograph in which the face disappears, proving that the facial appearance was merely a trick of light and shadow. Actually, there was no such second photograph in which the face disappears, and NASA has recently admitted that this is the case.
Could an agency dedicated to exploring other worlds really have deliberately concealed such a startling discovery? At first, it appeared that the world would soon learn the truth when the unmanned space probe Mars Observer approached the red planet for a closer look. But just as it was approaching Mars, the observer stopped sending back images, apparently having suddenly malfunctioned. But some UFO researchers say that the observer never stopped sending back images, but NASA has, for some reason, prevented the general public from seeing the results. Some even claim that NASA now routinely monitors the public broadcasts of all its space missions, just to keep the general public from seeing things NASA would prefer remain secret.
The American people cannot sit down here and watch what's going on. There's a time delay, which will give the guys in the NASA control room time to edit something from the tape.
If this is true, then it was a freak accident that allowed some surprising images from the space shuttle to be broadcast on American cable television. That astounding video footage and the terrifying secret these images may conceal when UFO Diaries returns. At present, the workhorse of the American space program is NASA's fleet of shuttles. These reusable vehicles have taken more men and women into Earth orbit than all the rest of the U.S. space programs combined. And on their satellite launch missions and trips to make repairs on damaged space hardware, the shuttles have beamed back to Earth thousands of hours of videotape of their journeys. Now UFO researchers are claiming that some of those videotapes show shocking proof of the reality of alien visitors to Earth.
A couple of years ago, there was a shuttle flight where they apparently were filming something that was live.
And we got a whole bunch of them that we're using for the SRL guys. And if you give me just a second, I'll show you the footage of the external tank.
They had the cameras going, and something began to happen out there that ended up on the film and was also monitored by people on the ground who were listening and watching.
At that time, video signals from NASA spacecraft were routinely transmitted to NASA Select, a cable television channel available in many parts of the United States.
It was embarrassing for NASA because the people who were watching this thing live were seeing something that indicated that there was UFOs involved. Perhaps alien spaceships.
And some spaceflight enthusiasts videotaped the broadcast, convinced that they had captured an encounter between the space shuttle and a UFO. But might there not be a more commonplace explanation for these strange images? Scientists at NASA studied the tape and explained that it shows nothing more than the kind of ice crystals that are formed when the shuttle dumps wastewater into the extreme cold of space.
So, whenever these ice particles are caught in the path of the space shuttle's engine exhaust, their course of direction is significantly altered. Confident that Dr. Jack Casher will come to the same conclusions that we have at NASA, that these were ice crystals and nothing more.
I started with the assumption that these objects actually were ice particles, which is what the four NASA scientists said they were. And in order to be accurate and scientific, I had to then prove that these objects really were ice crystals close to the shuttle. But I really couldn't do it. The angles were wrong, the speeds were wrong, and if they were ice particles, they would move in a way that's different from what was actually on the film. And once you rule out ice crystals or ice particles, then you don't have many more options. They can't be meteors because meteors don't change direction. Satellites and space junk don't change direction either. So the only option is that they were intelligently maneuvering craft out in space away from the shuttle. And now you only have two possibilities. They were either terrestrial or extraterrestrial in origin. I think we can rule out the fact that these were piloted by humans, because if they were more than 10 miles away, which I think is fairly likely, then the accelerations that they underwent would absolutely flatten and crush a human pilot.
If Dr. Casher's analysis of the videotape is correct, and the object seen making such a dramatic reversal of course is a vehicle from another planet, then other features of the video take on a new and terrifying meaning. For example, what are these thin white streaks that seem to mark a line between a point on the ground and one of the UFOs?
Certainly one possible interpretation is that these objects, these streaks, were missiles that were fired at the spacecraft. If they were missiles, then it's clear that the UFO quickly changed direction and evaded them very, very easily.
In the mid-1980s, the American military supposedly began work on orbiting weapons for the Strategic Defense Initiative, ostensibly to defend certain nations against nuclear missile attacks from other nations. Could the space shuttle video reveal that the real purpose of SDI was not to defend Earth's people from each other, but but to try to defend them from a threat outside of this world?
The film that Don Ratch captured from NASA Select shows what it appears to show, then I think we have a strong indication that the extraterrestrials are visiting the Earth. And someone might be shooting at them, and if so, they are easily evading these very advanced weapons.
Is this the secret that some researchers claim NASA has hidden? That our world is at war with beings from another planet? That astounding possibility when UFO Diaries returns. The evidence presented by a small group of UFO researchers may seem insufficient cause for making accusations against such an esteemed organization as NASA. But what if the claims these researchers make are true? Is it possible that NASA really has withheld information of vital importance, kept secrets from the people who have funded and supported their work? And if so, why? Could it be that they fear a panic would ensue if people believed we were at war with beings from another world?
The videotape does seem to suggest that there is some kind of advanced weaponry being used up there. There's another video taken on the same shuttle mission that shows a number of strange moving objects, and it's clear from the camera motion that NASA is tracking one of them closely. A close-up of one of these objects shows that it's got a triangular or delta shape, very much like the shape that has been described by UFO witnesses on the ground. There certainly appear to be a number of interesting objects up in the sky, and NASA is aware of this and clearly tracked at least one of them.
Are the skies over our heads filled with potentially hostile UFOs? Is it possible that once in outer space, no one could ever again deny the existence of UFOs? It does seem that space shuttle cameras are constantly capturing UFOs on tape, presumably because there are so many of them flying around over the Earth. This image, for example, was apparently captured by a shuttle mission over 10 years ago. And this one was taken later on the same mission. And what are these objects photographed from a shuttle in March 1994? They seem to cross tremendous distances in far less time than is possible with any human technology. And now it appears that NASA has stopped its public transmission of images from outer space, apparently as a result of these space shuttle videotapes.
After NASA went through gymnastics explaining that away, lying through their teeth, they changed the policy. There is no longer live telecasts from shuttle launches.
Why? Why would the space agencies send people and machines out to explore the unknown, but then keep their findings a secret? It's possible that the real truth is the result of a study commissioned by NASA in the early 1960s.
NASA had asked the Brookings Institute, essentially, to come up with some decisions and some thoughts and some comments about the implications in the future of what would happen if we were to discover and learn the reality of extraterrestrial intelligence.
Many people believe that this study is the basis of the UFO cover-up because it indicates that contact with an advanced civilization could lead to the destruction of our social institutions.
In fact, that Brookings Institute study warned that throughout human history, various cultures have disintegrated when they had to associate with previously unfamiliar societies.
I can't be 100% sure that there is a bona fide cover-up and that there's a big dark secret that the United States government is trying to cover up. But if there were, it's my opinion that it would have to do with the status quo and how disrupted our social institutions would be if all of a sudden we were told that we're not alone and that these beings are more advanced than us.
Will we ever really know how much or how little our space agency knows about extraterrestrial visitors? Perhaps someday soon the answer will become clear. Or perhaps it will forever be one of the many unanswered questions. Are alien invaders abducting Earth's citizens? Are we, as some experts claim, simply guinea pigs for some intergalactic science project? Is there any way to know which of us may be the next target of an alien abduction? You may find the answers profoundly disturbing, even frightening, as we explore the most famous abduction stories ever recorded in the UFO Diaries. Even to the countless thousands who now believe in extraterrestrial life, the reports of alien abductions may still seem incredible. If these stories are true, then our concept of the place our world holds in the universe may have to be radically reappraised. For most of us, that possibility may be too awesome to contemplate. Stories of creatures from outer space that violate our communities, our homes, even our very bodies, are brushed aside by most people as the stuff that comic books are made of. And yet, new abduction reports continue to be made, as they have ever since a dark night in 1961.
The first abduction story to ever get any national publicity was the case of Barney and Betty Hill. They were driving home from a vacation trip through the mountains of New Hampshire in September of 1961 when they saw this strange light in the sky that seemed to follow them, and it approached them quite closely.
Betty Hill still vividly remembers exactly what happened.
Barney decides to get out with the binoculars in an attempt to identify this craft.
And he saw some what looked like a being on board who was looking at him through the window, and he became quite frightened, began to flee. They drove quickly away, and then this object seemed to come down close over the car. They heard a beeping sound. They turned off the main road, seemingly under the control of some unusual force. As they got there, a roadblock of several unusual-looking individuals stopped them, and they got out of the car and followed these strange beings into this space. Well, we can only describe it as a spaceship.
According to the Hills, while they were on board, they received a strange physical examination. Betty Hill tells us what happened.
They checked our eyes, ears, nose, throat, took samples of our hair, scraping of our skin.
And were then released. What seemed like a moment later, they heard a second set of beeping sounds, and they seemed to lose all memory of what had happened during the time between the two sets of beeps. And they just sort of drove on home, knowing that they'd seen a UFO, but not thinking anything else of it.
The story the Hills told of their experience seems too bizarre to be believed. Is there any tangible proof of their UFO encounter? After the Hills reported the incident to local authorities, Air Force astronomer Walter Webb was assigned to investigate their story. According to Walter Webb and other researchers who have since investigated the case, Mrs. Hill had no special knowledge of astronomy, only a remarkable memory.
And while Betty was aboard the ship, she was conscious enough to look around and ask questions. And she saw what appeared to be a star map on the wall on the inside of this ship. And she asked who apparently was the leader of the group what it represented. And he says, well, it's our sector of the universe. Well, Betty remembered that, apparently. It was imprinted in her subconscious. And Betty was able to draw a sketch of what she had seen on that star map inside the ship. No one really knew just what it meant, except that a brilliant young woman by the name of Marjorie Fish looked at it and said, I think I can make some sense out of that. And over the course of about 6 years, Marjorie Fish put together what she thought that map that Betty remembered represented. But on that map were a couple of star systems that were not discovered until the late 60s. Once we made those additional discoveries, the Fish map became very valid. The place that the captain of the ship told Betty that they were from was a star system that we call Zeta Reticuli.
If the drawing she made turned out to be an accurate representation of the arrangement of certain stars, it could constitute proof that the story of her abduction was true. But does this prove that she was shown this by a space traveler from another world?
Betty and Barney didn't make it up, because over the years since, that's a tiny part of a vast amount of evidence that these are real events. The emotional involvement, the impact of this experience on both of them indicate to me that this was a real story.
Still, it was a bizarre story that didn't get much notice outside the ranks of UFO investigators. Betty and Barney Hill might well have been forgotten. But then, in 1973, newspapers and TV stations from coast to coast exploded with an even more fantastic story: the abduction of Charlie Hickson and Calvin Parker. Like Betty and Barney, Charlie and Calvin were just two average citizens doing average things.
They were fishing in Pascagoula, Mississippi on October 11th, 1973, when they heard a noise. They described hazy blue lights that quickly became visible as a dish-shaped object. They said three beings that appeared to be robots floated out of the craft toward them.
According to both Hickson and Parker, they were then taken inside the UFO. Later, Charlie and Calvin both told terrifying stories of samples of various kinds being drawn, cut, and scraped from different parts of their bodies. Then, abruptly, they were released.
Soon the Hickson-Parker abduction was something everybody was talking about. They were national news.
The Charlie Hickson Calvin Parker abduction got worldwide attention and reminded researchers of Betty and Barney Hill's story a decade earlier. A search for real proof was now underway. But does it exist? Is there such a thing as hard evidence? Some have told stories of physical implants. Can these be detected? And what of the psychological impact on abductees? The surprising and often terrifying answers when UFO Diaries returns. Many people claim that while the stories of alleged UFO abductees may sound convincing, there is in fact no real scientific evidence to prove or disprove it. But are there abduction stories for which reliable proof does exist? Bud Hopkins has devoted his entire adult life to working with the trauma of UFO abductees and investigating their stories.
I've worked with over 500 people in the past 20 years. And of that 500, most of those people I've looked into multiple abductions. There are many physical marks that turn up after an abduction experience. A person can describe a physical process taking place on something being done to their thigh, and you check the place and there's a scoop mark or a long straight cut.
Dr. David Jacobs is a professor at Temple University and an author of several books on UFO abductions. He believes that the physical evidence is very real.
This includes actual scars, that is to say, scar tissue has formed, which of course is physiologically not possible in just a few-hour period, but that is what we do see.
Scars can be obtained in any number of ways. But what of the strange phenomenon of actual physical implants? Could this be the hard proof researchers are seeking?
I would say probably the majority of abductees have some sort of an implant in them. They describe an instrument that's placed high up their nose. They can hear a kind of crunching sound, feel a crunching sound as this instrument goes up through the cartilage, and it deposits a little sort of ball-like thing way up by their optic nerve or their pituitary gland. This happens in their ears as well.
And I could feel my ear being pulled as far from the skull as it could, and an instrument being intruded into my ear.
People wake up in the morning, there's blood all over the pillow from their nose or from their ear.
A little girl woke up, 9-year-old. His whole family are having these experiences. She was visiting a friend. She woke up in the morning with a memory of a strange face looking at her, and there was a huge long gash down her cheek and around underneath. The emergency room people took 18 stitches in it. The doctor said it was a scalpel cut, and it was of uniform depth, and it was extremely deep. And she has no memory of it. She didn't wake up from it. This is something that happened during the night, together with other memories. There is physical evidence all over the place.
Not only that, but people are physically missing from their normal environment. That is to say, they're not there when they're in an abduction event. Their parents are looking for them if they're kids, or their husband or wife is, doesn't know where they are. They're actually missing.
Dr. Carla Turner works with dozens of people who claim to have been abducted by UFOs. She believes that some abductees never fully recover from the shock and terror of what happened to them.
I had no intention of becoming a UFO researcher, but the issue was forced on me by the beings who invaded my life and my home and my family, everything. There can be no doubt that something real and deeply traumatic has happened to these people. Their whole concept of reality has been shattered by bizarre and inexplicable events. They certainly can no longer laugh at the idea of flying saucers and people from outer space the way other people can.
And yet apparently, many abductees seem to lead normal lives for many years before remembering this traumatic event. Kathy Davis, for example, remembered one of the most terrifying of all alien encounters, the loss of her unborn child.
I met Kathy Davis in 1983 when she wrote to me about these marks that turned up on the ground after an odd experience.
Hello, Mr. Hopkins. This is Kathy Davis. Can you help me? I can't sleep. I don't know what's the matter with me.
So why don't we count backwards from 10? Okay. 10.
10. Well, it was on the ranch. There were too many things happening that didn't make sense. The tool shed door was open, and I know I closed it. But I couldn't see anything in there when I looked. And I'd been weeding my garden. I was outside. There was a burn on my lawn that was a perfect circle. I couldn't explain it. Rusty, my poor dog, Rusty. Rusty! Rusty! I was so scared. He was under the car. He never does that. As I was standing on my porch looking around, there was light. A light over me. And they come down and they got me. Somebody got me. And I was there. I was on the table. He hurt me. He hurt me bad. My baby's gone. Did they take my baby? Where is he?
This aspect of the Kathy Davis story makes it a truly incredible account. Might there not be some other explanation to the sudden and mysterious end to Kathy Davis's pregnancy?
But we've done a lot of tests. Lots of tests, and they've all come back negative, and I'm afraid you're not pregnant.
But Kathy had been sure she was pregnant. Could she have been mistaken? Was her abduction experience simply a vivid dream?
There is no doubt that the aliens are profoundly interested in human reproduction. The missing fetus aspect of the UFO abduction phenomena is far more widespread than people would like to believe. Kathy Davis's multiple encounters are not that rare either, and apparently this has happened to me too. When we finally got up enough information, we felt comfortable to talk with other family members, and it was several hours long of talking about the whole phenomenon. My former husband glanced over at his wife and he said, I guess maybe that's what happened when you lost the baby. And I said, I never lost a baby. And he said, no, you've got to remember this, that in 1970, while I was on birth control pills, that I had become pregnant, and that a couple of months later, I had had a very painful miscarriage. I was in a lot of pain. I was hysterical. I wouldn't let him take me to the doctor. And even after he told me this, I have no conscious memory of this occurring.
The problem with the abduction phenomenon is that it begins in infancy and goes through old age, and it does not stop from what we can tell. So everybody who's had abduction experiences oftentimes can look forward to having them again, and that's one of the really unfortunate aspects of this.
But even with vivid, reoccurring accounts of alien abduction, isn't it still possible that the supposed victim has somehow imagined the entire event?
In terms of hoaxes, outright hoaxes with abductions, I think they're very, very rare.
And if that is true, could we believe a similar story if it were verified by other witnesses?
There are good eyewitness accounts from credible individuals. There are multiple witness cases.
The most astounding tale of abduction was reportedly seen by many people. Would you believe your own eyes if you saw it?
How come they're not seen over New York City? Those cases exist.
Was there a spacecraft high above a New York City street? What was the purpose of the beam of light, and who saw it happen? Details of this amazing event when UFO Diaries returns. In our quest to learn the truth about the many accounts of alien abductions, we find that many such stories have come out only under hypnosis, and in the minds of many people, this invalidates the stories as reliable evidence. So should we then believe an abduction account, that includes important portions that were remembered without hypnosis? And would it add to the credibility of the account if there were independent witnesses as well?
And in this particular case, a woman who had been abducted a number of times earlier, had been working with, remembered consciously being paralyzed, seeing a figure at the foot of the bed and so on. When we did hypnotic regression session on it, she remembered having been floated out the window.
I came, and then what? What happened next?
It filled the room. And I didn't know what to do. I was by myself.
You saw the being, and then what?
It started coming towards me. And he was reaching out and started touching my face. And then, I don't remember much after that. There's like a white veil in front of my face. And I was all numb. My whole body, I couldn't move. It just felt like I was just hanging there. I remember all these lights. And then I remember I was in a ship. It was huge, and they took me into this room, and they put me on a table, and they started doing all these experiments and stuff on me.
And then what?
I'm not really sure.
What happened, though, which was so dramatic, was I began hearing from witnesses later on who saw this whole thing happen from stalled automobiles. They saw this craft above the building that she lived in. They saw the blue wide beam of light. They were transfixed looking at it. And they saw 4 figures rolled up in a kind of fetal position come flying out the window, 12 stories off the ground, and then unroll. One alien, Linda Cortilla, in a nightgown, and then 2 aliens down below, and then they were all lifted up into the craft, and the craft then zoomed away. This is extraordinarily important because one car of witnesses was located at one place, another car was located up on the Brooklyn Bridge. I have 3 other witnesses at other locations in New York City, some very close, who saw aspects of this. There is absolutely no doubt that this took place.
If we now assume that UFO abductions really do happen, surely the inevitable question is why?
One of the witnesses who saw this was an extremely important political figure. And it was as if they were showing him, this is what we can do.
What purpose would it serve for aliens to come to our world and kidnap human beings, then release them again, often with their memory blocked?
It would seem that this is an attempt on the part of the UFO phenomenon to have a role in effect, or to let's say, affect world politics.
Is there any way to know who is likely to be the next abductee? Are the abductions part of some mysterious, larger mission, or just random acts?
Okay, there's no question in my mind that the abductions clearly represent an agenda the aliens have for humankind.
Are there any clues that may explain the true mission of extraterrestrials on Earth? We'll find out when UFO Diaries returns. UFO researchers have documented hundreds of reports of UFO abductions. Are there any distinct patterns to these alleged abductions? Or do they seem to be utterly random?
Well, it seems to me the range of people who are involved in these experiences is total. It's the entire cross-section of the community.
Farmers, working people, military people, housewives, children. And this is a real zinger that a lot of people don't know about, but it involves university professors, and it involves prominent politicians.
We see it as being primarily clinical. That is to say, there is a certain agenda that they are fulfilling that uses human beings. Exactly what the endpoint of that agenda is, we're not sure of.
It would be nice to think that perhaps humanity and the best parts of humanity are common to other parts of our huge creation we call the universe. Why not check in on our little brothers, so to speak? That's one theory.
But the fact is we don't see them as coming here to help us, to cure cancer, to stop war, or anything like that.
Instead of mining for gold, they mine the human body and the human energy. They take from us physical materials. We don't know what they do with them. They take from us emotional energy. We are a great resource. And it's a one-way proposition as far as I can tell. They take and give nothing back.
But yet we don't see them coming here to take us over, to do bad things to us.
Many people in this field of research believe that the aliens are taking material from us in a desperate bid to save their degenerating race. I'm not one of those who buys this.
However, this is a reproductively oriented phenomenon, and the end point from what we can see is the production of sort of small kind of babies that most people say don't look alien and they don't look human. They sort of look like a cross between the two. Most abductees will call them hybrids. We feel that the production of these offspring of the hybrids is one of the major purposes of the abduction phenomenon, but we don't know exactly why yet.
I would think perhaps that the fact that our species has been here as long as it has and has failed to overcome certain deep problems within mass humanity and individual humanity could be of great interest to those who have been able to overcome it. Now, that's another theory.
Genetic experiments, dying races from another world. So much of the abduction phenomenon seems to be based solely on mere speculation. And yet, to those who claim to have had the experience, all of this is very real and utterly terrifying, something that has changed their lives forever. Is humankind being used as part of some cosmic science project? Are there a multitude of alien races visiting our world, each with a different purpose for being here? Could it be someday soon they will make their presence known? Is it possible that this is all just preparation for a future intergalactic cooperation? Can eyewitness reports of UFO sightings really be believed? Are some accounts nothing more than deliberate lies? How many of the most widely accepted UFO encounters were in fact nothing more than mistakes or practical jokes? The battle between true and false evidence in this chapter of UFO Diaries. One of the most remarkable stories in the UFO Diaries began on the night before Halloween, 1938. The famous actor and director Orson Welles led his Mercury Theater of the Air in a radio drama in the form of a news broadcast, telling their listening audience that invaders from Mars were rapidly conquering the entire Earth. In spite of announcements telling everyone the show was dramatized, thousands believed it was a real event, and panic broke out across the country. Orson Welles and the members of the Mercury Theater seem to have proven that a story about invaders from another planet could be readily believed by thousands, even when there's not one scrap of truth behind it. For all practical purposes, they had invented the UFO hoax.
Did you get that hooked up? Think you're making money on it?
But according to many UFO researchers, that hoax would by no means be the last. sightings are the wellspring of our evolution. Alien abductions.
Ordinary aluminum, the same.
I'm not really sure.
Ordinary aluminum, the same as used in pots and pans. It had taken one very resourceful newspaper man named J.P. Kahn to uncover the truth behind the story. They used the crash saucer story to defraud investors in their various oil exploration schemes.
In here, we tell them we got out of space, man, and we sell them shares at $50 per. And we say, hell, these guys are going back and forth between worlds. They sure as hell can dig a well.
Subsequently led to their arrest and conviction on fraud charges.
The Aztec incident and J.P. Kahn's exposure of the hoax illustrate how much confusion a hoax can cause in the field of UFO research. But what kind of evidence can be believed? After all, with many UFO sightings, there seems to be no real proof at all. Only one person's story of what they claim they saw. Is it in fact impossible to obtain real proof of visitors from outer space, even now that humankind has begun its own exploration of space? It would seem difficult to stage a false UFO sighting here. So would an astronaut's report of unidentified flying objects be considered undeniable evidence?
During the early days of manned spaceflight, UFO sightings by astronauts seem to have been fairly common. But now UFO researchers are divided on how many of these accounts can be considered reliable.
In some cases, the astronaut sightings were caused by simple mistakes by the astronauts themselves. One good example is the sighting which occurred on Gemini 4 by Jim McDivitt. He described seeing a large cylindrical object with an arm sticking out of its side passing relatively close to the spacecraft. It wasn't until many years later that the object was identified as being Gemini 4's own booster rocket, which was in a similar orbit. It was a simple mistake, but it wasn't an alien spaceship.
It seems some UFO incidents may be hoaxes. Others may be little more than mistaken identity. So what kind of evidence is truly undeniable? Can we believe a UFO sighting that leaves visible traces and is photographed by dozens of observers and that continues to occur night after night? Or could even this kind of sighting somehow be faked? One of the most controversial events in UFO history, the Gulf Breeze sightings, when UFO Diaries return. Some of the most talked about UFO reports of all time have come from this one small part of Florida, Gulf Breeze. Located between Eglin Air Force Base and the Pensacola Naval Air Station, it seems reasonable for the sky over Gulf Breeze to often be filled with aircraft. But these flying objects are not what one might expect to see.
In November of 1987, a builder in Gulf Breeze, Florida, by the name of Ed Walters, said that while he was working at his desk, he noticed a light outside his window. When he went out to check, it was a UFO craft. He happened to have a camera. He took a picture of a very clear kind of lantern-shaped object. In quick succession over the next few weeks, he was able to take a whole bunch more very clear UFO photos that many ufologists have both endorsed and found to be maybe a little too perfect, if you catch my drift. He had a lot of other elements to this story that are a little strange to accept.
Ed had a situation where he was lifted up towards the craft and apparently dropped back down, although we're not sure if there wasn't perhaps more that happened to that.
He had a lot of incidents of aliens apparently talking to him in his mind.
There's a videotape which is extremely dramatic of a craft which Ed took. Ed was also being abducted in the middle of these experiences, some of which he's recalled consciously, some with hypnotic regressions. Very dramatic content revealed.
As intriguing as this story may be, how much of it do we know for a fact? The best evidence of Walter's account is the photographs, but do they really prove anything?
He has people that are residents of the Gulf Breeze region who corroborate his report by having seen the same type of craft. Unfortunately, there haven't been other residents in Gulf Breeze that have taken similarly clear pictures.
Dr. Bruce Maccabee, who is a optical physicist and a very respected scientist, works for the government, as a matter of fact, has analyzed the films, the cameras, the whole situation, and testified to the authenticity of the pictures, and it's a very solid, very powerful case.
It would seem the Gulf Breeze sightings make up the most reliable and credible accounts ever of an encounter with UFOs. But could even these reports somehow be false? Apparently, the Gulf Breeze sightings have split the UFO research field into two factions: those who believe in Ed Walter's story and those who do not.
There are many inconsistencies with the Ed Walters case. Mr. William G. Heiser, an independent photographic analysis person that was retained by myself through the Polaroid Corporation, has stated that photograph 19, without a doubt, is definitely a double exposed picture. Photo 19 was a picture of a UFO taken on a roadway. The truck that Ed Walters was driving in was off of the roadway. He took this picture through the windshield of his truck. It shows an object allegedly hovering over the roadway, shining a light from the bottom of the craft onto the roadway. There is no reflection of the UFO in the hood of the truck. The object is what we call in the envelope area of the picture, which means that there very definitely should be luminosity reflecting off of the hood of the truck.
Ed Walters' son, Danny, has a friend named Tommy who later came out and claimed that he helped Ed Walters manufacture some of the photos, and Walters subsequently denied a lot of what was going on. And when the evidence came out that Walters had also been a party to making fake pictures during some of his children's parties, it began to look suspicious to a lot of UFO researchers. I think there's a lot that needs to be looked into.
There was a model found in a home previously owned by Ed Walters. This home was bought by Sarah and Robert Menzer.
The man found in the attic a model of a spaceship made out of blueprints. It was a paper model made out of blueprints that had Ed Walters' name on them.
It is my opinion that Ed Walters used this model in the beginning. It was one of the prototypes that he started. He probably made many models. This was one of the earlier models. And by the way, this was not a model that was shown in any of the pictures that Ed Walters took. In my opinion, Ed put the model there after reporters and investigators had come over to his house, and rather than trash it or put it into a drawer where maybe an investigator might want to search his bedroom or whatever, looking for that type of thing, he decided to put it under the insulation in the attic and just left it there, figuring it would probably never be found.
They were saying, Ed Walters is very smart. He's faked all these pictures. And when he moved out, he took every single object that he owned except this one incriminating piece of evidence. That already is a suspicious thing.
The debate over the Gulf Breeze UFOs has gone on for years, but are researchers any closer to a conclusion? Are the Gulf Breeze sightings true or false?
To this day, the story is not corroborated by anything more than other visual reports by residents of Gulf Breeze, and there are some parts to the story that are considered unusual or unexplainable by some other researchers who have looked into it.
Mr. Ed Walters is claimed to have passed 4 polygraph tests. Actually, he took 2 polygraph tests and 2 PSE tests. However, all the tests that he passed were self-sponsored tests. And self-sponsored tests are considered by any polygraph expert worth his salt to be an invalid test.
And there's strong evidence that evidence has been planted to try to discredit the case. The blueprints that this thing was made out of, and Ed had thrown away a lot of blueprints on the sidewalk, so it was very easy for somebody, when he moved, he had all this junk he was throwing out. These were Xeroxes of things. Obviously, somebody could pick this up, and the idea that, of course, he would construct this out of his own blueprints is a little odd, but this was a way of tying it to him. But when they analyzed the blueprints, they found that these blueprints were of a series of drawings that he had made a couple of years after the pictures were taken. Showing that this could not possibly have been the object.
And yet one key question continually arises. Why? Why would Ed Walters create such an elaborate deception?
When Ed Walters realized how easily the Gulf Breeze investigators were accepting his photographs, he decided, in my opinion, to make more. It then became a national story. And by that time, in my opinion, he realized he could never turn back. It would be too embarrassing. And besides, in my opinion, he was having fun.
So the debate over Gulf Breeze continues and leads us to the question, can we ever really prove a UFO event? What would it take to convince the most hardened skeptic? What if someone claimed to have not only seen a UFO, but to have seen the beings inside the craft and claimed to have physical evidence to prove it?
Since the late 1970s, there have been an increasing number of people who have described being forcibly taken aboard a flying saucer and then subjected to terrifying experiments. Yet, despite all the hundreds of cases, there's very little in the way of solid, tangible evidence that these events are actually occurring.
What is the real truth behind abduction experiences? A startling answer when Ufo Diaries returns. Few aspects of the UFO phenomenon are more troubling than the reports of abductions. According to a number of people who claim to have had the experience, alien intruders have kidnapped them, often from their own homes, brought them aboard their own craft, and subjected them to medical examination. But have these stories been proven to describe real events?
If somebody remembers being abducted out of an automobile or a backyard or a car or a bedroom or something, very often that person is literally missing and is being searched for. We have many cases where the police are called, hours-long searches take place, and the person magically turns up exactly back in the place they had disappeared from.
Furthermore, they come back with unusual marks on their bodies, with scars, with scoop marks, with bruises, and the scar might be extraordinarily dramatic, 3, 4, 5, 7 inches long. And we have this many, many times.
But do scars that seem to appear from nowhere and episodes of missing time really constitute tangible proof that these abduction experiences are real?
In terms of hoaxes, outright hoaxes with abductions, I think they're very, very rare. The point is, if somebody comes to you and says, I have these memories. I remember, these little people around the bed. I remember floating out a window. I remember this and that. I don't know whether I'm going crazy or not. I've been to a therapist. I don't know what to make of this. It really upsets me.
Taking UFOs seriously, and especially reporting them, is very difficult for many people, may even be dangerous for them, given the fact that there's so much ridicule associated with it. Anyone who sees a UFO is often accused of being insane, hallucinating, or drunk, and it's been so for 100 years at least. Abductees know that something strange, unusual, maybe even horrific has happened to them, but they have only a very vague, in most cases, very vague memory of what it is. But they know something's there, and somehow they don't seem to be able to get to what it is. Ever since the Barney and Betty Hill case, the typical means of getting to what happened to them has been hypnosis.
So what if we count backwards from 10? 10.
10, 9. But on that ship, they did something.
Hypnosis does seem to open up this memory block or whatever is preventing recollection. And what comes out is this quite elaborate and sometimes horrific story of the abduction, with physical examination, strange beings, the whole familiar works.
Does hypnosis indicate alien abductions are real? Or does it prove that something quite different may be happening?
Hypnosis has a lot of problems. Its reputation as something almost mystical has haunted it for a long time. It also has some very serious questions in the scientific community.
Now we're going to count from 10 to 0.
One experiment was carried out in the late 1970s by Alvin Lawson, professor of English, and several associates, where they took some people who did not claim UFO abductions and hypnotized them to see what kind of abduction story they would give out. Well, they gave out a story that was in some respects quite similar to the normal abduction story. And Lawson concluded that, well, if people can tell an abduction story that's a reasonable facsimile of the real one, without ever having the experience, then there must be no experience underlying it. That in fact, we do have enough, basic information in our heads that anybody can tell a convincing abduction story under hypnosis, and therefore there's no reason to believe that there's any sort of genuine experience underlying these stories.
Does this experiment prove that so-called abductees are telling the truth? Or are they only relating some experience they imagined that somehow seems as real to them as any other?
Hypnosis is certainly no absolute truth serum. It's no proof that the remembered event is true. People can confuse reality and imagination while under hypnosis.
But many UFO researchers believe the abduction stories are still significant, whether they were obtained through hypnosis or not.
If you had to just explain what people remember consciously with no hypnosis involved, it would be a massive problem for the skeptics to deal with. We use hypnosis because it works.
It seems that some UFO researchers have indeed set a high standard for the kind of evidence they will accept as genuine. So how many UFO reports survive this kind of scrutiny? How will we finally know when we have undeniable evidence? The quest for final proof when UFO Diaries return. If intelligent beings from another world are visiting us here on Earth, it seems reasonable to believe they are far superior to us in intelligence and technology. With this logic, one might suspect that they would be able to study us, even interact with us, without ever leaving positive evidence of their presence here. Does this mean, then, that we'll never be able to prove or disprove the existence of extraterrestrial beings on Earth?
It's a question of evidence. Are the abduction accounts alone sufficient to prove the event is occurring, or is something more tangible needed? Something like, say, the landing on the White House lawn.
I don't understand the motivation for making general statements like, if these things exist, where's the physical evidence? All elements of physical evidence that you could possibly want exist. We have pieces of material that allegedly came from a flying saucer in private hands. We have landing trace cases where the UFOs, the flying saucers, interact with the environment, and there are things that can be studied there. We have photographic cases where the computer enhancement techniques and whatnot have not been able to tell us a mechanism for hoaxing the photos. We have not found the strings holding the object up, for example. There are videotapes, there are movie footage. There are good eyewitness accounts from credible individuals. There are multiple witness cases. Every criticism offered by the debunkers, and I separate the debunkers from the skeptics, but every explanation offered by the debunkers as a reason for not believing in the UFO phenomenon is not a credible reason.
Because people have been seeing UFOs on every continent, in every culture, dating back hundreds or thousands of years, all over the world. Millions and millions of people. And these are eyewitnesses. If it was in a court of law, their testimony would be enough to send you away to jail. But because it's UFOs, it's weird, well, that can't be true. I think probably 90% of all UFO sightings are misidentifications of explainable phenomenon. But it's also true that 9 out of 10 UFO sightings aren't reported at all. We really have no idea how many people over the years have seen these things, but the numbers are staggering, and the reports are consistent.
The question of whether humans are alone in the universe has been debated for centuries. The answer may come sooner than we expect, and in ways we cannot anticipate.
But until then, the world still waits for absolute proof of the truth or falsehood of UFOs. And we will continue to watch the skies and carefully record every bit of evidence in the UFO Diary. In December of 1965, residents of Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, not only saw, but actually found what many claim was a vehicle from outer space. The object was clearly seen not just falling, but appearing to land in the woods nearby. Within 2 hours, armed military forces of the U.S. government literally invaded this small Pennsylvania town, retrieved the object, and hauled it away. What was it that fell or landed near Kecksburg, Pennsylvania? Does the U.S. government have an authentic UFO in its possession? We'll attempt to discover the truth in this chapter of UFO Diaries. For 30 years, Kecksburg, Pennsylvania has been a town divided by a bizarre controversy. Many of its citizens claiming that nothing out of the ordinary has ever happened there, while other residents claim that in December 1965, this Westmoreland County village was briefly the home of a crashed UFO. What is the truth about this strange metal object that witnesses say crashed in the woods near Kecksburg? And why do some of them say the local people were ordered to keep quiet about what happened? Was it because they'd stumbled across some top-secret government project? Or because they'd seen an object that proved the existence of intelligent life on other planets? To learn the truth, we must return to that December afternoon in 1965.
It was approximately 4:47 p.m. when the object impacted in the woods at Kecksburg. There are a number of local residents around Kecksburg who saw the object get down into the wooded area. While none of these people reported any type of sound of impact, almost momentarily there was a column of blue smoke that rose up out of the woods.
According to the eyewitness accounts, Kecksburg residents soon rushed to the spot where they now saw smoke rising through the trees. There, they say, they discovered a metallic object partially buried at the bottom of a ravine, still smoking from its long descent through the Earth's atmosphere. Kecksburg resident Jim Romansky says he was one of the first to locate the object at the bottom of a densely wooded ravine.
Here was this large metal object in front of me. I've described it as a large acorn. And the reason I say the acorn is because around the bottom of this object, there was a bumper that went the whole way around this thing. It was dented, and it had a very distinct color. I mean, this thing was a bronze, copper, steel. It was a color that it's very hard even to describe.
Then, according to Romansky and many other witnesses, armed U.S. soldiers arrived with trucks and other heavy equipment.
You know, the military started coming in. We were under martial law, jeeps, trucks everywhere.
Down through the woods come two guys. Trench coats, crew-cut hair, straight as ramrods. He looked around, he looked at the object, he looked at us, in a very authoritative voice, told us that this area is now quarantined, it's restricted, to get out.
According to Romansky and many other witnesses interviewed by Stan Gordon, the object only remained in the ravine for a few hours because the soldiers who had so quickly arrived on the scene then recovered the object and took it somewhere else.
Here comes this big flatbed truck, tractor trailer, okay, two-piece truck. And on the back of it, it either had either a tow motor, that's one of those things you lift things with, or a front loader. The back of this flatbed, they had this big tarp on it, and it was stretched down around this object. And it had the same outline. In fact, I know I could see the bumper under this tarp because you can see the shape of this thing. The tarp was pulled so tight that you could see the shape. And I knew in my mind that was what they brought down off that mountain, the object.
Military truck with a flatbed trailer with the object on it departed late that evening from Kecksburg. And from information we now have, the truck continued on and it went to Lockbourne Air Force Base in Columbus, Ohio, where it stayed over for a short period of time. From there, it went over to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio. It seems very likely that our government had tracked the object and they had notified the quick response recovery teams that are involved in this type of operation.
But since the object was apparently taken away, never to be seen again, it might seem that as far as the residents of Kecksburg were concerned, the incident was over. But according to a number of the eyewitnesses, the most terrifying aspect of their encounter with a UFO had really only just begun.
John Murphy, who was the news director of WHJB, felt that the story concerning the object at Kecksburg was of great importance. So he did a lot of investigation on the case and interviewed a number of witnesses who had been involved or had knowledge about the incident.
What exactly did you see?
Well, I saw there was an object falling and it was burning.
Is that exactly what you saw?
Yeah, it was in the shape of an acorn. It was falling from the sky on fire, and it came down very smoothly and then landed in the woods. And it had some sort of writing of some sort. We couldn't figure out what it was.
Writing. Are you sure it wasn't like Japanese writing or something?
No,
Or Chinese?
Nothing I've ever seen.
Nothing. Very different.
Are you sure this is? You're saying it's a spaceship now, not anything that.
Yeah, it was very bright.
Absolutely.
So what is the situation here on the home front and around here with all the soldiers?
The alien ship.
We don't know what's happening, so it's very frightening.
According to the witness account, something seems to have badly frightened a good many of those who had seen the unidentified flying object and who had witnessed its recovery by the military.
This is John Murphy. We're going to cut for a quick commercial break. Hello, this is John.
Hi, John.
Hey, Sally, how are you doing? That was a great interview yesterday. You and your son did a good job.
You can't air that
Why?
because I made a big mistake.
Oh, hold on.
It's not the right story.
What?
Well, people make mistakes, and I was wrong. Thanks a lot. Bye.
And we're back.
It seems as though something must have occurred between the time of the interview with John Murphy and the time that the radio special was to be aired, because of the fact that these people were willing to be interviewed, and then suddenly they decided they didn't want their name or any information aired with this report.
Why? What happened to cause the witnesses to refuse to make their testimony public after they'd been so willing only hours before?
I think these people knew that something had come down, and the military presence was so strong that night that a lot of people who the military knew, seen something or lived real close to it, was either told to be quiet or were bought out or something.
You guys listen up. What you saw there in that field, it was nothing. Erase it from your memory, okay? Don't tell your mom, don't tell your dad, don't tell anyone. You got it?
The government does have an official policy on UFOs. They are not vehicles from any other planet. But they do know that some UFO sightings actually are piloted by alien life forms.
What are you doing?
What
are you doing? This is our town.
So one likely explanation for the behavior of the military at Kecksburg is that they knew they were dealing with a spaceship.
But is there any way to prove that the object in the woods really was something not made by human hands? More remarkable clues to the true nature of the Kecksburg object when UFO Diaries returns. How can we learn the real truth about what landed in Kecksburg in December 1965? Is it possible that we are in fact on a wild goose chase, pursuing the truth about an event that never really happened? Many local residents agree that something fell to earth at Kecksburg, but some claim that government soldiers did not hurry to the scene or retrieve an object from the woods.
There has been some debate over the authenticity of the event at Kecksburg, that nothing fell at all in the woods that day, that what was seen was only a meteor.
But Jim Romansky says he has maintained for 30 years that the meteor story was the one given to some Kecksburg locals by the military.
Someone said, hey, what the hell was that up there anyhow? And the guy hollered back, oh, it was a meteorite. And I looked at one guy and we both busted out laughing. We knew it was no meteorite.
Along with orders to stand by that explanation.
You understand what he's saying? Good. I hope you do. Because if you don't listen, I'll kill you.
With a 30-year-old debate dividing those who were in Kecksburg at the time, is there any way for us to really know the truth about the object that landed in 1965? After all, we don't have the object to examine. But is it possible for us to learn the truth by eliminating the explanations that simply do not fit the facts?
As a researcher of this case and other type of UFO phenomenon, it's always our position to try to find a logical explanation for what people see. I think, first of all, we can rule out the fact that the incident in Kecksburg is a hoax. Something did occur there that night that created a lot of activity, and the fact that the military apparently responded in the way they did indicated the fact that this was something that was important to our government and military. The bright fireball object was reported first in Canada, then over a number of states, including Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. So a lot of people did indeed see something.
But does the sighting of a falling, flaming UFO prove that it was some kind of manufactured object? Or might it not simply have just been a meteor?
Meteors are pieces of rock and other debris that burn up by friction in the Earth's atmosphere and normally moving at a very high rate of speed, thousands of miles per hour. It seems that whatever the object was here, it made several different turns, unlike that of a meteor, which would normally move on a straight path. Those people who observed the object before it impacted indicate the fact that this object was moving very, very slow, almost gliding in, and indicated the fact that even some of the flames around the object could easily be seen individually.
A flaming object that made a controlled landing, a metallic shape without joints or seams, strange markings, unlike anything on Earth, the rapid military deployment. If all these clues are based on fact, do they indeed add up to describe a vehicle from another world?
There are a number of witnesses from around the Kecksburg area that indicate the fact that the military began to arrive in the area probably within about a couple of hours after the impact. The military apparently did not all arrive at the same time, but they periodically began to come into the area, indicating that they may have arrived from different locations. It's highly unlikely that military personnel would quickly respond to report of a meteorite. This is something that would commonly be done by civilian scientists.
But according to Jim Romansky, the military not only arrived quickly, but immediately took over a central building for their own purposes.
And as we approached the fire hall, I mean, man, you'd have thought there was an invasion going on. I mean, there were Jeeps and cars and trucks parked all over the place, all military, okay? And there were uniforms everywhere. And as we tried to approach the door to go back into the fire hall, there were 2 armed sentries or guards, whatever you want to call them, standing there. And they refused us to go in that fire hall. In fact, one of our guys asked to go in to go to the bathroom. And they said, see the weeds over there? Go. It reminded me of some of the war pictures I've seen where these people, military people, come in and declare martial law.
There are numerous documents that indicate the fact that the United States government has had in place for many years a system for handling the recovery of space objects that safely re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. It is very likely that the specialized recovery teams would only have responded if there was something of great importance to the military. This would have been most likely, 1, some type of foreign space device that had landed on our territory and they would like to have studied, or 2, that this may have been something more unusual, such as the possibility of an extraterrestrial spacecraft.
What is the official U.S. military answer to all of this? Do they say that the object recovered at Kecksburg is some top-secret spy satellite that accidentally dropped out of orbit? Or do they admit the possibility that it might be something not of this Earth? Stan Gordon tells of his quest for the answer to that question from the files of the Air Force's 662nd Radar Squadron.
There are indeed records that indicate the fact that there are specially trained intelligence team military personnel that are on call to quickly respond to crashes of space objects that survive re-entry of the Earth's atmosphere. The 662nd Radar Squadron was assigned as a NORAD surveillance site, and Air Force documents verify the fact that at least a few personnel of that squadron were directly involved in the investigation at Kecksburg that night. However, when we look at the historical records for December of that squadron, there's no entry whatsoever of any activity on that day. That leads us to believe that this mission was classified and the paperwork went up the ladder somewhere else. The question is, why, after so many years, is our government still not telling us all the facts it knows about the Kecksburg incident? What is so secret about what they found at that location that even today they refuse to comment about the incident?
It is not disputed that the military gathered up and hauled something away. But what was it? The mystery would take on a new and more surprising twist when reports of a secret Russian satellite suddenly began to surface. Could the episode at Kecksburg be fallout from a failed Russian space launch? more astonishing developments in the mystery of the Kecksburg incident when UFO Diaries returns. There seem to be only two viable explanations for the object that crashed at Kecksburg. Either it was part of a top-secret American or Soviet satellite project, or it was some sort of vehicle from another world.
Remember that by 1965, both the United States and the Soviet Union had the capability of putting nuclear weapons in orbit, and each was desperate to learn about the technology of the other. These rockets had segments that were jettisoned in flight and that fell back toward the Earth, presumably to burn up on re-entry. This practice has continued to the present day, and we now know that sometimes large parts of these space vehicles do not burn up entirely. Occasionally, a rather large fragment will actually reach the ground intact.
There has been a treaty on the books for many years that if something of foreign origin would fall on our soil, we would recover it and give it back to the launching country.
Remember that the American military would have been very interested in recovering a Soviet probe such as Cosmos 96. It would have told a great deal about Russian technology at that time, particularly if there was any reason to believe that the object was part of a Soviet weapons system equipped with nuclear missiles.
But it may be now that after so many years, and the fact that both governments now are on a much more cordial level, the fact that they would rather just overlook the incident and forget about what happened so many years ago.
Could the Kecksburg object have been a Soviet missile system, even a nuclear weapon that accidentally fell to Earth?
Weapon-bearing satellite systems are not designed to make soft landings. If indeed the object that came down in Kecksburg that day was a part of such a weapon system, it first of all would not have made a soft landing, and secondly, most likely there would have been massive destruction in that area.
Cosmos 96 was launched on November 23, 1965, but its booster failed
on the same morning of the Kecksburg incident, and that occurred in Canada. There are indeed some similarities to the shape of the two objects in question.
There was a tiny bit of resemblance, but that's where it stopped.
Was the Kecksburg UFO a failed Soviet Venus probe? If so, does this also explain the strange hieroglyphics seen on the object by more than one witness?
I mean, it was like circles and stars and dashes and all kind of markings on it.
Writing, you sure it wasn't like Japanese writing or something?
No,
Chinese.
nothing I've ever seen. Nothing.
The external markings or identification markings that we have seen on many of the Soviet probes at the time would look very unusual to people who are not familiar with the Russian language or the type of lettering. And in fact, if the object had re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, there could have been some scarring and burning, and they could have looked somewhat distorted from the re-entry.
My dad is originally from Kiev. And I went to him one time and I said, Dad, I says, you could read and write Polish and Russian. He says, yeah. I said, write me something in both dialects. He says, what? I said, just write me anything. The Polish and Russian writing that I see doesn't come nowhere near it.
And yet the simple fact that Cosmos 96 did fall to Earth on the very same day as the Kecksburg incident is still sufficient evidence for many people to believe that they were one and the same. Then again, according to Stan Gordon, perhaps we shouldn't make up our minds just yet.
We have to look at the possibility that one, that the object in question may have been man-made, possibly Soviet in origin.
I mean, the Venus probe, you had seams, you had pieces sticking out, you know, it was that quick that I could look at the picture and say, it wasn't it. Because I've been a machinist for almost 30 years now. And I've cut a lot of metal. And I've never run into it again, never.
Surprising new evidence that may show where the Kecksburg object came from.
This could have been an extraterrestrial spacecraft.
When UFO Diaries returns. The object that crashed in the woods at Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, has been the source of controversy and speculation for 3 decades. But are we at last approaching an explanation? There do seem to be many reasons to believe that the fallen Russian space probe Cosmos 96 was the object seen by so many on that December day in 1965. Particularly since we know that Cosmos 96 did crash on Earth on that day. But we must still consider several other important facts about Cosmos 96.
The Cosmos Venus probe may have been a lot smaller than what people described at the site of Kecksburg that day. This appeared to be a one-piece structured object. They didn't see any rivets or bolts or seams on it. And in fact, they mentioned no type of external apparatus for sensing different types of information, which is very apparent on many of the Soviet space probes. Documents from both the U.S. Space Command and the Naval Surveillance Center verify the fact that Cosmos 96 did re-enter the Earth's atmosphere at about 3:18 in the morning in Canada.
And yet, without the object itself, there can be no final proof. Is it possible that it still might be held in some military storage facility? And if so, where? We've already learned of one attempt to trace the object's recovery and how that search led to a dead end.
The Russian embassy indicated the fact that they had no knowledge that Cosmos 96 or any other Soviet device had crashed in Pennsylvania on December 9th, 1965. Information obtained from the United States government indicates the fact that we had no re-entry of any American space debris or any type of weapon systems that could account for the crash at Kecksburg on that day. The official document obtained from the U.S. Air Force's Project Blue Book, which was their UFO investigation program, stated that the object which was involved with the Kecksburg incident was a meteor that had been observed over a large area.
All I can say about that is the people that are saying this are lying.
When we look at all the explanations for what we have concerning the Kecksburg incident, I believe we can roll out a hoax. We can roll out the incident involving an airplane crash. So we have to look at what possibilities still exist.
Oh, I think it was a UFO.
And our most likely explanations would be that we're dealing with either a man-made space probe.
Like nothing we've ever seen in this world.
So you're
Very
saying
different.
definitely this is an alien ship.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah, definitely. From someplace other than here.
If we can eliminate those possibilities, then we have to deal with the fact that we might be dealing with an actual extraterrestrial spacecraft. Investigation to the incident at Kecksburg continues. And until we have more information, this is only speculation as to what the object might really be. Something did indeed fall from the sky that day in December of 1965 into the Kecksburg woods. The military responded very quickly, located the object and recovered it and took it away from the site.
What are these mysterious and stunning shapes carved into the wheat fields of England? Could they be living proof of an alien existence here on Earth? Are these crop circles some form of communication from another world? Many believe these remarkably precise patterns could be some kind of warning, but a warning of what? And from whom? We'll attempt to find out in this chapter of the UFO Diaries. In the late 1980s, something truly amazing began to happen in the green fields of England. Reports came in of sightings such as this: silvery discs flying or hovering low over the open countryside, and apparently these objects were seen in great numbers.
The town of Warminster has gained the reputation as the UFO capital of England. The sheer number of sightings in that area has been nothing short of staggering. One particular phenomenon we've been watching with interest has been the sightings of a spherical object that seems to glow amber, orange, or gold. There have been quite a number of sightings of that kind.
And such UFO sightings were often only the beginning of the mystery. According to eyewitness accounts, with the first rays of the next morning's sun came astonishing evidence of the previous night's encounter with the unknown. Someone or something left an area of the field flattened, pressed down into perfect geometric shapes.
The crops are not cut, they are not broken. They've been carefully and systematically swirled flat to the ground.
And over the years, these patterns have revealed themselves to be perfect circles, or ovals, or circles with rings, and sometimes circles, rings, and satellites. If there is a connection between the UFOs and the mysterious markings, the so-called crop circles may constitute the most positive evidence yet for the existence of alien visitors to our planet. But are we sure that the crop circles and UFOs are related?
Almost from the beginning, crop circles have appeared in association with the report of aerial phenomena. In the most extreme cases, people have reported beams of light touching ground level, where crop circles have been later discovered, or indeed in many cases, the little balls of orange light dancing over the field, and on occasions, literally appearing in the fields. These sightings have often been followed by discoveries of the crop circles.
But is the connection between the aerial phenomenon and the crop markings purely circumstantial evidence? Or are there other reasons to believe that these symbols in the field were made by extraterrestrial beings? Does the answer lie in these sites where witnesses say UFOs have landed? Stan Gordon is one of the world's leading authorities on alleged UFO landing sites.
There have been a number of ground traces that have been found both here in Pennsylvania and throughout the world. Some of these traces indicate circular areas, ring-shaped areas, ovals, irregular sites. In some cases, you have the top of the area that's been burnt and charred. In some cases, soil and plant life has been removed.
But J. Allen Hynek, the father of modern UFO research, reported witnessing a flying saucer landing site in Canada that was suspiciously like the classic crop circles.
As though on a signal, all 5 of these objects rose straight up as though on a signal, and where each one had been was a 9-foot circle of matted down grass.
Does this mean all such strange circles in the grass have been created by a UFO? Or is there another, more likely explanation that would describe all of these phenomena?
The official explanation from the British government is that these crop circles are actually formed by the wind. Presumably, we are led to believe that this is a rigorous wind system which etches the crop circles into the fields. The British government's whirlwind theory appears to have been accepted by everybody concerned, particularly, I think, the public, bearing in mind it in no way fulfills the mechanism which actually forms a whirlwind, i.e. they are formed by thermal inductance and appear during the daylight, and or in the lee of a hill. In southern England, we have very few hills, and most of the crop circles appear at night. Are we to believe that patterns as intricate as this are actually formed by some freak of the weather? Look at the way the grain is being woven and these precisely well-deformed edges. Well, no whirlwinds did these things, and it's absolute madness to pretend they did.
Does that mean that this pattern had to have been created by a mechanical object, piloted by some intelligent being? There are a variety of other theories about where the crop markings come from. One of the most recent explanations is that the markings are being made by the satellite-based weapons system developed for the American Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI.
There is a theory that the SDI program, the government themselves, are actually employing high-tech equipment in space to etch into the fields of southern England and other parts of the world patterns of this kind. There are 2 reasons why I don't believe it's even a starter, is that we had reports of this phenomena in the same fields as we have them today in 1946. We didn't have the technology up there when they were first appearing. And the second, I think the most major point, is that these patterns could be laid into the fields of secure areas, of military establishments, testing areas. Be very simple, but these are appearing in public areas. Some of them are actually crossing major highways. I cannot begin to conceive of any Western government employing such technology in such an irresponsible manner. There are even those who put the theory forward that these things are formed by mating hedgehogs or porcupines rolling around in the field.
Are any of these theories any more credible than the belief that these are the landing sites of vehicles from another world? All of these theories overlook a much simpler possibility. Might these grain patterns be a simple hoax? In 1990, 2 Englishmen came forward with the confession that they had personally created the crop circles. But if Doug and Dave did do it, how did they get from England to America to Russia and back? How did they make as many as 15 crop circles in one night? How did they overlap the stalks without breaking them? How? It's the question we'll be trying to answer when UFO Diaries returns. While many believe that these mysterious markings in the wheat fields of southwest England were made by UFOs, there were others who claimed that the origins of crop circles were all too earthly.
Remember in the fall of 1991 when these 2 gentlemen in southern England were trotted out on the world media as the explanation for The crop circle mystery. Two guys who claim they did it all.
According to them, they had boards which they pushed down across the grain, and they just kept walking around in circles or whatever until they'd made the shapes they wanted. All of a big practical joke.
And for some reason, the worldwide network media accepted that
and announced to the world that the crop circle mystery had been solved.
There simply is no way that just two men could have possibly constructed all of these patterns, appearing on occasions 15 per day without getting caught at it. Plus, if hoaxers went out during the middle of the night just to make this, how on earth would they have possibly constructed a pattern like Barbary Castle during the shortest night of the British summer? It would have taken a team of hoaxers days, and it appeared simply overnight.
Crop circles like UFOs are a worldwide phenomenon. The US and Canada, Australia, Japan, they're all over the place. I heard some reports about them in the Soviet Union as well, the former Soviet Union. They're a worldwide phenomenon, and the idea that two old English barflies are flying all over the world creating these things is patently ridiculous.
Furthermore, many crop circle experts say the markings in the fields are perfect geometric figures, often accurate to within less than a quarter of an inch.
And yet, is it not possible that all the crop markings really are hoaxes? Even if Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley didn't make all the crop circles, might not the real culprits be hundreds of hoaxers all over the world?
People that believe crop circles were made by human beings are overlooking some very important features of the crop circles. They are interwoven and intricately laid, not at all the way that they would be crushed to the ground if people stamped them.
And chemical analysis of grains from a field where a crop circle had appeared suggests another change that no human hand could have made.
Every plant on Earth has a distinctive energy pattern, and we have looked closely and compared the energy pattern of plants inside the crop circle with those outside as controls in the general area. And this was a non-conventional plant analysis process, but they nonetheless secured a starch crystal from a single plant inside a single crop circle, and discovered that looking through a microscope, the lattice structure was very different to anything they had ever seen before.
there are fundamental biochemical and biophysical changes at the respiratory cell level and the cell pit level of plants that cannot be hoaxed. Doug and Dave in southern England are not the explanation for formations that are worldwide, including rice paddies in Japan.
If the crop markings do form mathematically precise geometric symbols, and the plants inside have been laid in extremely complex patterns, and the organic matter of the plants has been chemically altered, then are we finally looking at indisputable evidence of some superhuman force at work?
Many experts investigating the crop circle sites have detected evidence of intense microwave radiation not present in ordinary fields. Do the microwave traces prove an unearthly origin? After all, we currently use microwaves in applications ranging from cooking to telecommunications. Is it not possible that by some strange set of circumstances, microwaves such as those used for carrying telephone messages have somehow struck the ground instead of their receiving station? This would account for the silent and instantaneous arrival of the crop circles.
If that is possible, should we now consider that perhaps UFOs are not necessarily connected with the crop circle phenomenon? And if we do, must we also dismiss photographs such as this? Hundreds of eyewitnesses have seen objects like this one in close proximity to crop circles, or to the place where a crop circle would later be found.
Well, I arrived at a field overlooking a wheat field, in fact, where there was a major crop circle at a place called Alton Barnes, very close to Stonehenge in England. There were 8 of us, scientists and engineers, some of whom are employed by the US government here. And what happened, great surprise, out of absolutely nowhere, swooped a large British military army helicopter, bristling with technology. But he came in very, very close to us. We had no idea what he was up to at the time. We thought maybe initially that he was taking photographs of the crop circles that were already there. But he came to within, I would estimate, 40 feet of our heads. And there was nothing short, I mean, it was nothing short of harassment. I think there was a major attempt to move us out of that area. I had no idea why they would want to do that, because I've lived there for 48 years. But as if one wasn't enough, and the downdraft literally was pushing the hedge row alongside onto our vehicle, a second one swooped in behind him. These Army helicopters were pushing us, attempting to push us out of the area. As we moved up the highway, as a public highway close to this field, they followed us behind the hedgerow. But then we stopped, and one of them moved away rapidly from us over the top of this large pattern and moved up to approach a small sphere of light, pulsing. I would estimate it was probably 18 inches or so in diameter. It couldn't possibly have missed seeing it. And in one frame of the film has simply disappeared and is now behind the helicopter. The helicopter appears to maneuver itself on its own axis to get a better view of this, because it's been now behind it. And my assumption is that the second helicopter is being told to back his helicopter up as opposed to turn it, and reverses his helicopter until this ball of light is now right in front of him again. And it simply disappears. With that, they hung around the area for just a few more minutes, and both of them made away. It is obviously an assumption. If I were pushed hard on what I thought they were doing, I would be, I think, forced to say that it seemed as if we were unwelcome. We had walked into an area where they were already engaged in something involving this very small ball of light, which we have had reported to us many times by people in that area. And two major patterns were already in the field, and the following day, a number of more major patterns appeared in that same area.
What is it that the government knows and wants to keep us, the public, at a complete arm's length distance from? If they have an understanding of what type or types of non-human intelligence are interacting with our planet, I'm nervous about the fact that they have kept a policy of silence, disinformation, and ridicule on phenomena that they themselves have been studying intimately for 50 years.
Since the beginning of the 1990s, the overnight appearance of crop markings has been increasing geometrically. Now, scarcely a day goes by in England that a new formation is not seen.
Even more amazing has been the changes in the patterns. No longer simple circles and rings, the crop markings are now expanding, growing in size and complexity.
If these markings are indeed the work of UFOs, then a sudden and remarkable change has taken place. In the past, it's always been believed that the pilots of these craft were endeavoring to visit the Earth in secret and to leave no trace. Now, you might say, it seems they're deliberately leaving their fingerprints at the scene of the crime. Why? Why would secret visitors from another world suddenly want us to know of their presence here? Intriguing evidence that someone is trying to communicate with us when Ufo Diaries returns. Current evidence seems to suggest that crop markings are created by some kind of aerial phenomenon, possibly a flying craft of extraterrestrial origin. But do we know that for certain?
Much of what we've learned about the formation of crop circles has been based on eyewitness testimony.
A young woman told us about a globe-shaped UFO from which came a beam of light she described as being brighter than white. A beam of light which struck down across the dark sky into a field near the ancient mound of Silbury Hill. In that field was discovered the next morning a Celtic cross pattern of crop circles.
Usually that's considered to be extremely good evidence. But in the case of crop markings, the most striking proof may come from what is not seen.
Several people claim to have witnessed the formation of crop circles and state they did not see any silver discs or globes or tubes floating in the sky above them. In fact, all they saw was absolutely nothing that was causing this effect. There was no whirlwind or anything like that. And so it truly seemed that the stalks of grain were simply falling over of their own accord.
We have more than 70 reports worldwide of people who claim to have seen things form. People describe frequently a buzzing sound. They will see the plants oscillating, whiplashing, and suddenly the effect takes place. And in less than 15 seconds, like opening up the fan, the plants are swirled and are lying to the ground. Many people describe seeing glowing lights, beams of light entering the area. Some describe as the golden ball of light enters the area, a loud explosion, a loud retort, a bang, at the same time as this particular effect takes place.
Do these experiences with an unseen force argue for or against the culprits being UFOs?
After all, many witnesses have claimed to have been watching a UFO when it simply disappeared or became invisible.
But then why would UFOs leave such an obvious sign and sometimes conceal themselves while doing it?
Or is there some reason why the crop markings must be made without its source being detected? Perhaps the only evidence most people would believe would have to come from a team of recognized authorities who have actually witnessed the formation of a crop marking.
The Centre for Crop Circle Studies kept a close watch on the English countryside throughout the summer of 1991. On June the 22nd, 1991, 3 of the observers spotted a glowing orange or golden ball hovering in the sky, then moving away at a fantastic speed. Unfortunately, there were no crop markings that appeared on that night, but other markings had appeared on other occasions within just 1 kilometer of that location.
Then, Colin Andrews and his surveillance team were more fortunate.
We set up a sophisticated surveillance operation in 1991 in which we deployed radar, low-light cameras, infrared, and we even stationed some dogs from a nearby farm in the field there. We secured the whole field with security, intruder infrared beams, and we're convinced that no human being certainly could enter that area without us knowing about it. But early that morning, we had fog formed, and without any effect on any of the equipment, no radar returns whatsoever, from the center of that fog as it melted away was indeed this intricate pattern.
Is that the purpose of the crop markings? For everyone to see them? Are they a message to humankind from some other form of life?
As the years have gone by, the crop markings have been changing. They've been becoming increasingly complex and increasingly pictographic. In fact, many people now refer to all crop markings as agriglyphs, which simply means crop writings.
If these are deliberately formed symbols, then it does seem logical that they have some kind of meaning.
This is extraterrestrial, and this is communication.
But if they are messages from space, some kind of attempt to communicate with us through writing or art, what is it that they're trying to say? The race to learn the real meaning of these mysterious messages when UFO Diaries returns.
If the agriglyphs are messages from some other life form, what do these messages say? And is there any way to decipher the code of the crop circles?
Many people believe that the meaning of the markings is related to the place where they are found. For example, in England, the vast majority of the markings have appeared in the area around Stonehenge, and also Silbury Hill, which is the oldest and the largest man-made mound in all of Europe. In fact, one of the most remarkable agriglyphs ever found appeared with its axis pointing directly towards Silbury Hill. Since we know that Stonehenge and Silbury Hill were the works of an ancient culture with a surprising knowledge of astronomy, we may wonder if whoever is making these symbols in the crops in this area didn't give them this knowledge thousands of years ago.
Could UFOs have been common visitors to southwest England throughout its history? If so, it might explain at least one curious coincidence. In the region of the June 1991 sighting of the golden balls in the sky, there are numerous hills that still carry the names they were given hundreds of years ago. Is it significant that one of those was long ago named Golden Ball Hill?
It's just possible that someone has been trying to contact us for a long, long time, but that we haven't understood how to receive this message. I believe the crop markings are indeed messages, but not perhaps letters or words as we might think of them. I believe they are messages to the subconscious mind, a reminder of some deeply hidden part of ourselves that knows we are just one of many intelligent races in the universe.
These extraterrestrials have been manipulating life on this planet for eons.
If these are being formed by extraterrestrials, I guess we should at least be comforted in the fact that they have attempted at communication.
If these are communiques, what is the message? Are the governments of the world telling us all we need to know? Are we only now deciphering what may be a centuries-old warning?
As the crop circles increase in complexity, at some point, perhaps the creators will make themselves known.
Thousands of eyewitnesses claim to have seen alien visitors. But do we really know what they look like? Has the U.S. government actually studied the bodies of alien beings? What could aliens from another world hope to gain from visiting ours? Join us as we attempt to discover the true nature of alien visitors to our world in this chapter of UFO Diaries. At the heart of all of our UFO diaries is one persistent question. If intelligent life forms are visiting our world, what are they like? Are they our friends or our enemies? Apparently, more people than ever now believe that humankind is being visited by extraterrestrials. Their opinions have been molded by what appears to be an overwhelming body of evidence, from reliable eyewitness sightings of UFOs to strange marks left at landing sites, to stories of face-to-face contact with beings from another world. But if these beings do exist and are visiting us, what do we really know about them? If they truly are interacting with humans, isn't it imperative we learn what their true mission is? UFO researchers have been searching for that answer since 1947, when a private pilot named Kenneth Arnold saw an amazing group of aircraft. His description of what he saw sparked the widespread use of the term flying saucer. Since that time, hundreds of thousands of people have reported similar sightings and have wondered what sort of beings could design, build, and operate such craft. And why have they come here? Then, in the summer of that same year, an incident occurred that many people now claim should have provided a final answer to the mystery of the flying saucer.
We know that some sort of extraterrestrial object crashed in New Mexico in July of 1947. But according to the first-hand witnesses, it was no vehicle made on Earth. Apparently the bodies and the metallic debris were impounded by the military. If all of this is true, and the evidence strongly suggests that it is, then our government, for some reason, has taken the stance that the general public must not be told the truth.
But why? Why would our government wish to conceal the fact that alien beings have come to our world? And do we know for certain that they have concealed such evidence?
All you need to do is pick up a couple of well-documented books who have done the work we should be doing, which is going through the Freedom of Information Acts and requesting the covert or the secret information that has been kept from us that will verify for anyone who doubts our government's involvement in their own words, in their own documents.
But if the real nature of alien visitors is being hidden, who are the guardians of this secret?
Some groups call it the Wise Men, the Magi, Magic 12, MJ-12, was an organization that was apparently appointed as early as 1947-49 to deal with this issue, to study it, to establish some policy and make some policy on how are we going to respond? How are we going to deal with the reality of extraterrestrial alien involvement? Now, an organization very much like that still exists, but they don't call it MJ-12 anymore. It is literally a multinational, multi-agency, international organization trying to keep the lid on this thing, to keep the cover on it, to control the release of the information.
In my opinion, there's a lot of reasons why the government and NASA would want to cover up this situation, but I think there's one main reason that seems to wash mostly for me. In my mind, it starts with the Brookings Institution report in 1961. NASA contracted the think tank in Washington to kind of project what would happen if our planet was to find an extraterrestrial artifact or even extraterrestrials themselves.
The Brookings report concluded that one consequence of our exploration of space might be a face-to-face confrontation with extraterrestrial intelligence. They advised Congress that such an encounter would inevitably throw the world into chaos.
Any more advanced society that comes and meets one of lower level is the lower level society is automatically absorbed by the technologically advanced one.
Culminating in the collapse of religion and government throughout the world.
And this is something I believe that the leaders of our institutions simply wouldn't want to face.
They put a great deal of effort into concealing what they do know about the extraterrestrials.
What I found yesterday in my field was a weather balloon.
Was a what? The lie and the cover-up has literally threatened our constitutional process. And that's why I'm involved, why I'm speaking out, why I'm violating my national security oath by doing so.
Can this really be true? If there is some terrible secret concerning the true nature of alien visitors, what can it possibly be? Is it simply that intelligent life is not limited to the planet Earth?
I think that there might be a way to gently let people in on what I consider a very acceptable fact that we're not alone in the universe.
Because eventually it's going to affect the lives of every man, woman, and child on the planet. And it's crucial that people start to pay attention. It's crucial that the government starts to tell us the truth.
But according to UFO experts, the alleged attempts to conceal the truth about alien visitors has not been entirely successful. Hundreds of people have reported sightings of UFOs and contact with aliens. And from their stories, we may be able to piece together the secret that MJ-12 is said to be hiding.
We can theorize that UFOs are made of substances not found on Earth. We know from our study of outer space that vessels traveling interstellar distances would be subjected to all sorts of stresses and unrelenting radiation. For example, there are many witnesses who have described the debris found in New Mexico in July of 1947. Despite being thin and fragile seeming, it has defied all attempts to cut it, burn it, puncture it, or damage it in any way.
If this is true, then there is still nothing made on our planet that has such remarkable properties. But then, according to many witnesses, UFOs have always exhibited powers far beyond our current level of technology.
We've concluded that some of the intelligences that we are interrelating with apparently are multidimensional. That really upsets a lot of people. I find it exciting, but it bothers a lot of people.
They walked right through the wall.
The implication of Earth being invaded by multidimensional beings is frightening, if we assume their intentions are to do harm. The ability to somehow move effortlessly through what we regard as solid objects is one of the characteristics of alien beings that makes modern scientists shudder.
Maybe they're not like
But does the concept of multidimensional beings have any validity? Is such a thing possible?
That concept in itself turns our idea of physics, the old Newtonian Einstein idea of physics, totally upside down.
So if UFOs are made by beings who are masters of such advanced technology, what could they gain from visiting our relatively primitive world?
And for that matter, do the countless reports of UFO sightings all describe the same vehicles, the same visitors to our world? How reliable are these reports? Can they be checked and cross-checked? Have the witnesses really seen an alien? If so, do these creatures come from one planet with one mission? Or are there countless varieties and species, each with a different purpose? The startling answers when UFO Diaries returns.
A growing number of UFO researchers claim that the United States government has for a half-century had undeniable proof of extraterrestrial intelligence and had hidden that evidence from the general public.
But is it not just as likely that reports of encounters with alien beings are really nothing more than dreams, hallucinations, and imaginations run wild?
I don't think you can argue with the thousands of reports, visual reports, sightings by credible people that have happened over the decades.
I and other researchers, we get these drawings and we look and we compare. And somebody in California has drawn something that looks like what somebody drew in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. These people have never seen each other. They don't know anything about each other's lives. And when you start and lay out all of these drawings and you say, What are the patterns that people have been reporting for decades? They break down into this category of what is known as the grays, sort of like we talk about Kleenex and Xerox now. There is this gray.
And yet, many of the most reliable witnesses have reported seeing aliens of widely differing types.
There's a number of aliens visiting here. It's not just a simple they, it's a very complex they, and they seem to be coming from everywhere on every kind of business, doing everything.
From personal knowledge, I can talk about two different kinds. From research with other people who've had the experiences, I know there are more different physical reported types.
People will describe creatures that look like a kind of a blend, half human, half alien.
There's another group that appears to have something like a reptilian quality. The pupils of their eyes are vertical.
I have personally seen the insectoid or praying mantis type creatures.
And then there's another group that about 8 feet tall, very pale, no hair at all, that are basically humanoid, but they're massive people. We may be dealing with over a dozen separate groups, maybe even more. We really don't know.
The variety of aliens that have been described over the years may suggest that Earth is being visited by representatives of many different worlds. The problem is that it may also prove that the witnesses are simply not telling the truth.
Would it not be more convincing evidence if everyone who claimed to have seen an alien being described the same features?
There are some variations, but about, I'd say, 85% of the descriptions fall in a particular range.
The vast majority of reports are of small beings, gray, maybe 4 feet tall, a little bit higher, a little bit taller, a little bit smaller sometimes.
If enough witnesses describe the same kind of alien, we could build up a detailed description of the alien race that seems to be most frequently visiting our world.
They have very large heads.
No hair, no nose to speak of, no ears, a little slit for a mouth, very thin, pointed chin, thin body, thin arms, thin legs.
They have a tiny little thin neck, and many people are amazed that this little neck will hold this big head upright.
Very large black wraparound eyes, or just huge black almond-shaped eyes.
Sometimes the eyes are more slanted, sometimes they seem to be more horizontal, wrap around. There are variations there.
Disproportionately long fingers. Most of them had 4 fingers. Some were reported to have 3, others were reported to have 5, but they were generally characterized by 4 fingers, no opposed thumb, as we use.
2 legs, no more, 2 arms, no more, 2 eyes, no more, and whatever is absolutely the minimum needed for survival, and that's what we see in these beings.
It would be ideal to check this composite picture against something else, some kind of tangible proof.
One man who may have had such proof was Leonard Stringfield, a UFO researcher who made a special study of UFO crashes and the retrieval of alien bodies.
According to UFO researchers, an anonymous source, probably someone inside the federal government, once sent a top-secret file to Stringfield, a file containing the complete government report on an autopsy performed on the body of an alien found in the remains of a crashed UFO. Before his death in 1994, Stringfield was videotaped describing the results of the autopsy report he had seen.
The dead alien. The head is large, very large by human proportion. There is no hair follicles. There are no earlobes. There is no nose as we have as human. The mouth is just a slit or an orifice which goes in about approximately an inch.
Once again, all the details seem to fit together perfectly. But can we know more about them than just a simple physical description? Why are they here? What do we have that they could possibly want? Could it be the government feels we are in imminent danger from these forces? Is there anything we can do about it? Is there any way to know for sure what their purposes might be? The answers will amaze you when UFO Diaries return.
The mystery behind visitors from other worlds continues to raise baffling, even terrifying questions. If this is an accurate portrayal of a small gray, then what is it exactly about them that is supposed to be kept secret?
While some UFO experts say that it is the U.S. government that has hidden the truth about the small grays, it also seems true that the small grays have hidden the truth about themselves. According to eyewitness accounts, the small grays are silent and have rarely given any indication of the reasons behind their actions.
An example is one little boy said to me, when he talks to me, he doesn't move his lips. And he said, he can hear everything I'm thinking, which is, of course, a wonderful way of describing mental telepathy.
Perhaps no words are needed for the aliens to tell us all about their purpose here on Earth if we can believe the hundreds of people who claim to have been abducted by these beings.
The abduction phenomenon is the most significant aspect of the UFO phenomenon that we have yet uncovered. It is a legitimate phenomenon. People, in my opinion, are being abducted as they describe.
If the accounts are true, then all around the world, human beings are routinely taken aboard UFOs against their will and subjected to a procedure very much like a medical examination. Does this tell us what the small grays are really like?
It looks as if they're scientists interested in gathering data, and they have no empathy for the emotional trauma they are inflicting upon their victims. Not unlike our scientists taking a chimpanzee out of the wild, putting a tag in there and throwing it back in the troop to see how it reacts or something like that.
Are we being monitored by the small grays the way we observe the habits of lesser creatures on our own world? Or is there more to it than that? Many experts now believe that alien beings want something from us that goes far beyond mere scientific knowledge. But what? What could humankind offer to a race that travels the stars and commands technology far in advance of our own?
The current agenda of involvement with humans is one in which we are a resource from which they harvest a number of materials.
People have sperm taken, they have eggs taken.
Are the aliens collecting genetic material from human beings? And if so, why?
I have concluded, and this is a personal view, but I find that a lot of other researchers have reached the same conclusion, that the human race is very likely a hybrid race, and that we probably initially were seeded on this planet, and that I believe we have been genetically manipulated continually from the beginning of our history until today, and the process is still going on.
Could it be that the purpose of alien involvement with Earth is purely genetic? Is it possible that the human race is simply being harvested for some unknown alien purpose? The astonishing and frightening answers when UFO Diaries returns.
In our quest for the true purpose of alien entities traveling to our world, we have encountered witnesses who claim to have been taken aboard UFOs against their will and forced to be part of an attempt to create a new race of half-human and half-alien beings. But can this incredible sounding story really be true?
Well, now these things are not as off the wall sometimes as you think. We feel that the production of these offspring of the hybrids is one of the major purposes of the abduction phenomenon, but we don't know exactly why yet.
But there definitely seems to be a situation in which this hybridization program, or whatever one wants to call it, has moved into the production of certain people who look very, very human. Now, it's also highly possible that if the aliens can remove a fertilized ovum from a woman, an embryo, and bring it to term in their world that is, let's say, a hybrid, they could perhaps do that with 100% embryos, human embryos, 100% humans. Bring them to term and then raise that 100% human child in the alien environment. And if that person then is part of the alien operation, shall we call it, there would be no way to tell the difference.
And former intelligence officer Robert Dean claims that during his tour of duty, he saw evidence that the armed forces knew of 4 alien races actively visiting the Earth, and one appeared to be exactly like us.
All of the 4 different groups were humanoid, but only one of them was completely human. And I found it kind of amusing because that seemed to be the subject that bothered the generals and the admirals the most. The idea that one of these advanced intelligences could sit next to you in a plane or a restaurant or in a theater, and you'd never know.
But what about the other alien types some witnesses describe? Do they play a part in the agenda of the small grays?
There's a small percentage of cases in which people don't see just gray aliens. They see beings that appear to be more reptilian or more insect-like in their appearance. The problem here is that the reptilian ones and the insect-like ones are always seen in company of the great beings. So if they are seeing other beings, they're all working together for the same purpose. So we don't quite know what to make of this small group of other beings that people report.
But is this the only possible explanation? Have we learned that humankind is little more than a laboratory animal for the use of extraterrestrial invaders?
Isn't it possible that the aliens are here for some friendly purpose?
There is not an iota of evidence that they're here to help or that they're here to hurt.
We don't see them as coming here to do bad things to us, to kill us, to eat us, to
take over our automobile dealerships and whatnot.
We see it as being primarily clinical.
But the current agenda, as far as I'm concerned, is one of harvesting resources from us, much as we would harvest a crop or from a herd of cattle or from whatever, that we are a very useful product. There are physical materials they take from us, and there is emotional and energetic materials that they take from us, and I haven't seen that they've given a whole lot back in trade for this. I think it's a one-way relationship.
We're dealing with something that at this point seems incomprehensible to the human mind. It's easy to say anything that camouflages and uses deceit must automatically be terrible. That's the easy conclusion. But if we turn away from it, we could be turning away from perhaps the single most important event that is going to come in the next few years.
We're right now in information overload. Right now, we know tremendous amounts about this subject, and we are closing in on the ultimate purposes. And I think within the next few years, we are going to completely solve this phenomenon, and we are going to know what the entire UFO phenomenon is all about.
No matter how you accept this and how you deal with this reality and incredible things that we're going to be confronting in the next few years, we must not be afraid. We've got to understand that we as human beings have an undeniable integrity of our own as a race and as a species. And that, I think, will bring us together.
There seems to be a consensus among eyewitnesses of what aliens look like. And government documents do appear to confirm that the UFO phenomenon is being monitored by some high-level group. But
will we ever learn the real truth about beings from other worlds?
is there a base that lies beyond this fence that the U.S. government would kill to keep secret, hidden away in the desert waste of Nevada, where the government actually flies captured UFOs? Do Russian satellite photos reveal the amazing truth our own government won't let us see? Can this man's remarkable story really be true? Did he work on alien spacecraft and help to make them fly again? Could the U.S. government actually be working with alien beings in a super-secret desert complex known only as Area 51? We'll attempt to penetrate the wall of secrecy in this chapter of the UFO Diaries.
One of the most intriguing mysteries in the field of modern UFO research can be found not in the sky or in outer space, but in the Nevada desert, in a region identified on the maps only as Area 51. There, in the vicinity of the dry bed of Groom Lake, this complex reportedly operates day and night, seen by countless witnesses and photographed time and again. And if the rumors about it are true, this installation is the hiding place of one of the most amazing secret projects of this or any other century. And clearly there are secrets of some kind in this mysterious complex, because according to official government maps of the region, the entire installation simply does not exist. Why is this desert base such a secret? Is the truth about its purpose related to the continual sightings in the area of UFOs?
After the Lazar story broke, the UFO watchers came here and discovered this land. They came here in four-wheel drives to overlook this secret base.
In a recent interview, Robert Lazar claimed he was employed between 1988 and 1989 as a research specialist at a hidden base even more secret than the Groom Lake installation.
When I went to work, I was flown from McCarran Airport in Las Vegas to Area 51. From Area 51, I was bused to an even more highly secure facility located about 15 miles south of Area 51 called S4. S4 is situated at the base of the Papoose Mountains by the Papoose Dry Lake bed. The S4 installation is built into the mountain and the 9 hangar doors are angled at about 60 degrees. These doors are covered with a sand-textured coating to blend in with the side of the mountain and the desert floor.
According to Bob Lazar, it was in this hidden base that he worked on disc-shaped flying craft that were based on technology given to mankind by beings from another planet.
Not only did I read briefings and not only was I taught the theories of these technologies, but they were demonstrated for me and I know they are true and accurate.
Lazar went on to claim that there are several fully working flying discs at the S4 facility, but only one on which he personally worked.
Because of its sleek appearance, I nicknamed it the Sport Model. The Sport Model is about 16 feet tall and 40 feet in diameter. The center level of this disc also houses the control consoles and seats, both of which were too small and too low to the floor to be functional for adult human beings.
If the story Lazar tells is true, then this design is no mere fantasy, but a reality, and proof positive that Earth has been visited by intelligent beings from another planet. Could the U.S. government actually have one or more UFOs in their possession and kept such a secret from the public and the press for almost 50 years?
And if the story has already been told, why is the government still taking such extraordinary measures to try and keep the base hidden?
According to this research by the Salt Lake Tribune in September of 1993, Air Force Secretary Sheila Widnall requested control over nearly 4,000 acres of publicly owned land out in the Nevada desert in the Nellis Range Complex. Glenn Campbell has dedicated the last few years to breaking the wall of secrecy around Area 51 and the mysterious base at Groom Lake.
Area 51 is a small block of land that is simply the best known of the secret areas of the Nellis Air Force Range Complex. Behind that, we have vast areas of desert. Until the early 1980s, it was actually possible to drive up to the Groom Dry Lake bed and look across and see the base in the distance. It was a secret base, but an open secret. In the mid-1980s, the military seized an entire mountain range, the Groom Mountain Range, to keep Soviet spies from looking down on this base. At that point, the base became non-existent. It disappeared from USGS maps, and ever since then, the government has refused to refer to the base in any manner or form.
What could be on this installation that would merit such strong measures? Does anyone outside of the base really know what kind of work is being done there?
We should all remember that the U-2 spy plane was flying out of Area 51 for many years. The same is true of the Blackbird SR-71 and the stealth fighter. They were all flying for many years before we heard about them.
But will the government use deadly force to keep citizens from simply seeing airplanes take off and land?
It has, I'm told, surface-to-air missiles in case planes fly over that aren't welcome there.
We were pursued dangerously by this helicopter.
Another airplane will be scrambled to intercept him and force him out of the area, or he'll be shot down.
Can security measures be taken too far? And what happens when one side or the other crosses the line? We'll find out. UFO Diaries returns. Whatever may be happening at Area 51, it seems certain that the high security is not to keep people from wandering into some area where they could be hurt. It is designed specifically to protect whoever or whatever is inside the complex at Groom Lake.
What's going on here?
I'm sorry, the road's blocked. Let's move it on, please.
Isn't this public land?
Could you please move on?
They're prepared to use whatever force necessary to keep the people as far away as possible from this area.
Norio Hayakawa says he has witnessed firsthand the aggressive security measures at Area 51.
In 1991, I led an investigative group from Southern California, including some journalists, to this area. And after we witnessed what I believe was some type of test flight or possibly maneuvering of these objects, I was leading a caravan of 7 cars on this dirt road. Suddenly, a black military helicopter with no insignia came over and approached our cars, came in front of our cars, almost about 10 to 15 feet above our cars.
But if Norio Hayakawa and other curiosity seekers trespassed on military property, could they not have expected to be confronted, even arrested?
At no time were we trespassing the military area. We were well away from the military zone, and we were on public land. We had every right to be on public land, but yet we were harassed by this military helicopter dangerously.
If this is true, if the military will even pursue civilians on public lands 10 miles away from the installation, haven't they overlooked the fact that this secret base is still easily visible from the air?
Would it not be a simple matter to fly low over the complex and see exactly what kind of work is being done there? Retired Air Force Colonel Wendell Stevens doesn't think so.
The airspace over the Nellis Range is highly restricted.
Even military pilots on exercise here are forbidden to overfly this zone.
If a pilot happens to stray into one of these restricted areas,
it could mean the end of their career.
If he continues to fly in this restricted area, he'll be ordered to leave immediately and will be given vectors to leave the area by the shortest route. If he doesn't respond, another airplane will be scrambled to intercept him and force him out of the area.
If you as a civilian pilot were to fly into Groom Lake, certainly you can lose your pilot's license.
Or you'll be shot down.
For 40 years, it has been the location of choice for testing black projects. The most secret projects in the world that our military is looking into, that's where they go. I mean, it's perfect for that. It's ringed by mountains. It's in the middle of nowhere. It has, I'm told, surface-to-air missiles in case planes fly over that aren't welcome there. It has motion detectors in the ground. It has ammonia detectors that can sense the smell of ammonia in human skin. It has surveillance cameras to see who's looking down on the base. So it is an extremely secure location.
Of course, these kinds of security measures have been taken in the past around top-secret military installations.
Could it be the next generation of high-tech weaponry is currently being tested? Particle beams, high-powered lasers, or space weapons? Or could it be something else entirely?
Many of us have devoted a lot of time and energy to research on what's going on at Area 51, but no question in my mind that a new type of technology is being developed. We have seen aircraft over there at Area 51 above the Groom Mountains that definitely resemble what's known as flying discs or flying saucers.
In the UFO research field, a growing number of experts are making claims that secret government projects at the Groom Lake facility are somehow related to technology brought here from another planet. Now, whether or not this incredible-sounding claim is true, one thing seems very certain. Witnesses have seen some kind of aircraft at Groom Lake that appears to be nothing made by human designers.
Have people actually seen UFOs around Area 51? What about photographs, videotapes, or film of these objects? Some amazing eyewitness reports when UFO Diaries return. Hundreds of UFO watchers regularly drive out into the Nevada desert, across public land, and make their way up to the top of Whiteside Mountain or Freedom Ridge to try and catch a glimpse of what they believe to be a captured vehicle from another world.
In one of our expeditions to Area 51, one of our members succeeded in taking rather remarkable footage of what appears to be a disc-shaped object over Groom Lake itself. It didn't behave like any conventional aircraft I've ever seen, no sound whatsoever. But the remarkable thing is that in other occasions, we have seen the zigzag maneuvering of this type of aircraft, sometimes almost a 75-degree turn and sudden descension and ascension.
Could this really be a vehicle from another planet that fell into human hands?
A consistent story that comes up from a lot of workers is that a craft was brought here around 1953 and that actual live aliens were brought here about that same time.
Well, the Russians have been taking pictures of Area 51 for many years. Stalin had an intense interest in UFOs. And one of the things he wanted to know about was Roswell. Something really did crash there, that it wasn't a weather balloon and it wasn't anything of earthly origin. They didn't know exactly where it came from, but they knew it wasn't ours and it wasn't theirs. And this was something that was of monumental importance that needed to be studied.
Of course, these claims are still nothing more than hearsay and rumor without more evidence to support them. Does such proof exist?
All the stories that float around this place are as much a mystery to workers as they are to us.
Where exactly did these stories of captured UFOs at Area 51 originate?
The folks who run Area 51 won't admit that it exists. There was a federal lawsuit that was just tossed out a few days ago in which they just wanted to know the name of the base, and they fought it tooth and nail and now don't have to reveal the name of it.
If you work in a secret area like this, you come to work on jets from Las Vegas with the window shades down. Upon arrival at Groom Lake, you are bussed in buses with blacked out windows directly to your workplace. You see nothing more than the hangar or the few buildings that you happen to work in.
That's the interesting dichotomy. The Russians can fly over it and take pictures, but we, the people who put the bills for the place, aren't supposed to know about it.
In 1988, a Russian satellite took a remarkable photograph over Area 51. Notice the object highlighted at the end of the runway. It's positioned at the same position as if it were about to take off.
As unusual as the object in the photograph may be, it is hardly proof of a captured alien technology. Where is the real proof of these astounding claims?
Bob Lazar paints a scenario where the craft has an anti-gravity reactor or a gravity reactor that produces a wave of gravity to counteract Earth's. If you're inside this craft, it has no seatbelts because to you inside the craft, it is always upright at natural gravity.
Could it be that the mysterious craft seen over Area 51 were not recovered at UFO crash sites? Is it possible that our government has been working secretly with an alien civilization? Are we on friendly terms with beings from another planetary system? The most startling revelations are yet to come when UFO Diaries returns.
If true, Robert Lazar's claim that he worked on a full-scale flying version of this craft could well be the most important news story of the century. But what about the story behind this supposedly alien technology? How did it come to be in human hands? According to Lazar, during his stay at Area 51 and S4, he was given information which, if true, would constitute undeniable evidence of intelligent life on other planets. In Lazar's video interview, he claims that while at the super-secret S4 facility, he was shown official briefing documents stating that the beings who gave us the secrets of the flying saucer came from the Zeta Reticuli system, 35 light-years from Earth.
The beings are 3 to 4 feet tall and weigh 25 to 50 pounds. They have grayish skin and large heads with almond-shaped wraparound eyes. These beings said that they had been visiting Earth for a long time and presented photographic evidence which they contended was over 10,000 years old. There was an exchange of hardware and information in Central Nevada until 1979, at which time there was a conflict which brought the program to an abrupt halt.
Despite this supposed rift between humans and aliens, the beings from Zeta Reticuli allegedly left behind enough material for the scientists at S4 to piece together much of the technology for making a flying saucer fly. And presumably, it is that same flying saucer technology that is being routinely tested at Area 51. Is this the secret the military is so eager to protect at Area 51?
Perhaps the tight security around the testing site is well warranted, because according to Lazar, this alien technology represents a force many times greater than our most powerful atomic bomb.
Lazar says he witnessed the operation of the ship's power source and that it made use of the enormous energy made possible by antimatter. And according to Lazar, one matter-antimatter weapon could easily destroy all of human civilization. Lazar also claims that using this energy as a power source makes the craft impossible to detect.
The disk can't be seen from any vantage point, and for all practical purposes is invisible. All you could see would be the sky surrounding it.
Assuming for a moment that all of this is true, what exact purpose could the military have in mind for this new technology?
Norio Hayakawa says he believes these new advances will not be used for the common good of all humankind.
You can rest assured that this technology, one way or the other, is going to be used for some type of military activity. This could be used for a large-scale, unprecedented type of war we have ever seen.
According to Hayakawa, the secret installations at Area 51 and S4 are not the only places our government is experimenting with super advanced technology.
These are photos of a secret California facility conducted by Lockheed Corporation. There are several secret air bases in Southern California where they are testing the parts to build some of these this craft objects. And the strange thing about these facilities is that you don't see any aircraft on the runway, no aircraft whatsoever. When this facility was under construction, people near the area have seen rows and rows of cement trucks almost 24 hours a day for several weeks at a time, indicating that a large underground complex was being constructed.
I was fortunate enough to interview people who constructed the underground facility at Area 51. There's research laboratories and things like that under the desert floor, and then the surface was restored to look like it did before.
According to Hayakawa, the security around this facility is as strict as that surrounding Area 51, and the sheer size of both facilities is truly staggering.
Even if some secret project of gigantic proportions really is going underground in California and Nevada, does that mean the technology is being developed for hostile purposes?
To be honest with you, I would not be surprised that some abductees are taken to some U.S. underground facilities. And if that is indeed the case, there again, we're dealing with a criminal case here that involves total violation of our constitutional system.
Can these stories actually be true? Have UFO abductees been brought by force to Area 51? Is there any evidence to support these frightening claims?
In Robert Lazar's video, he claims that the S4 facility near Area 51 is hidden inside a mountain in southern Nevada with 9 giant hangar doors textured to blend in with the surroundings. Incredibly, this matches the description given by some people who claim to have been kidnapped by the occupants of a UFO and then taken to a mysterious underground facility.
Abductees have been taken to places that they have assumed were underground facilities. Abductees have also reported that they have seen what appeared to be U.S. military people involved in their abduction.
And yet, there are also those who believe that the military is developing this technology for the protection of the human race from an alien invasion.
I don't think the government or the military believes that we face a major threat from anybody on this planet, that our greatest threat literally comes from someplace out of this world.
Others believe the government is only interested in protecting itself.
They started infiltrating UFO organizations. They spied on UFO researchers. They put out false information to muddy the waters. They actively encouraged this laughter curtain, a policy of ridicule that anyone who sees a UFO is crazy. Well, anyone who sees a UFO is not crazy. That's just the prism through which we view this now. The government's done a very good job of disinformation, of clouding the whole issue.
Because of Russian satellite photos and other satellite photos of this area, we have absolutely no reason to doubt anymore that this facility exists.
It's an underground military presence that is vast. Friends of mine who've been in it have said that it's literally a 40-story building buried underground.
For whatever reason, the military continues its effort to gain control over the only two visual access areas to Groom Lake. The public demand for an explanation to the mystery of Area 51 is growing every day.
If UFOs are real, the government has perhaps a legitimate interest in avoiding panic and making sure that society does not overreact to this situation. Purportedly, UFOs have been known to the government since the 40s and 50s. During that time, there was a lot of hysteria about communism, about world affairs. If you were to introduce UFOs at that time, perhaps there would be mass hysteria. Perhaps there would be a shaking of the foundations of our society.
So much of what has been said about Area 51 and secret installations is, after all, little more than hearsay. Is there any real proof? Any indisputable evidence that alien technology is being tested and used at Area 51?
Could it be that locked deep beneath the desert floor, there is an alien spacecraft? Is it possible that behind the tightest ring of security in our history, there actually exists proof positive of life on other worlds? Why did so many American and Soviet attempts to reach Mars fail? What was the strange elliptical object photographed by a Russian probe just before it disappeared? Is someone or something working to prevent us from learning the whole truth about this amazing image on the Martian surface? Would the billion-dollar Mars Observer have been able to give us the answers if it too hadn't disappeared? Discover the Earth-Mars connection in this chapter of UFO Diaries.
The planet Mars is next to our own, the fourth world counting out from the sun. Barren, perpetually cold, and with a thin atmosphere of poisonous gas. Surely no intelligent life could survive there. The surface of Mars, we now know, is covered with meteor craters, gigantic mountains, and deserts that reach around their planet.
And one thing more. A giant sculpture that many scientists now speculate was created by some unknown race of intelligent beings. And if it is what it appears to be, what does that have to do with Earth? Mars is our nearest and most reachable galactic neighbor, but for some as yet unexplained reason, trying to study this planet has met with failure after failure. Beginning with two attempts by the Soviets in 1960, both missions mysteriously failed.
After the problems the Russians had getting their probes to Mars, the American scientists started to joke among themselves about some great galactic ghoul that was preventing our missions from getting there too. In November 1964, the Americans launched the Mariner missions to Mars. But as it approached Mars, Mariner 3's camera shroud failed to open, making the camera useless.
It does indeed seem that missions to Mars have met with an unusually high failure rate. But in July of 1965, the American probe Mariner 4 finally brought success and completed the first flyby of Mars. So had Earth scientists at last outwitted the galactic ghoul?
Apparently not. When the Soviets then attempted to actually land a probe on Mars, something astonishing happened.
Everything on the Mars probe seemed to be working perfectly, and then it just shut off.
Could it be that there's something out there that's interfering with Earth's efforts to conquer space? Or is it all just an incredible string of coincidences? Whatever the reason, it was 5 years before the United States made another attempt to reach Mars. But in 1976, the Viking probe began sending volumes of images back to Earth from their orbits above Mars, including these.
Encouraged by the success of the Viking probe, the Soviet Union, with international cooperation, launched a set of satellites in 1988. Phobos 1 never even made it to the planet. At some point, it just disappeared.
Phobos 2, the probe that was sent up to look at one of the moons of Mars, apparently encountered something very strange, of which the Soviets had a picture that did surface in the United States.
Of a very massive elliptical shape object.
The NASA individuals here that may know about it, of course, would never make a comment on it.
And then it too disappeared.
And 5 years later, the American space probe Mars Orbiter seems to have met the same fate. But what exactly did happen to them? Many researchers now believe the loss of so many Mars probes cannot be an accident, but a deliberate attack on spacecraft from Earth by something or someone near Mars. That isn't true. Has this bizarre string of space disasters occurred because we caught a glimpse of something we were not supposed to see? Has the Viking space probe presented us with a mystery that is unsolvable? The mystery first began to unfold in 1976, when the unmanned Viking space probe was going about its highly successful mapping mission of our neighbor planet. When the images that were transmitted back to Earth began to be analyzed, this surface feature in the region designated as Cydonia caught the attention of people all over the Earth.
The initial official reaction from NASA about this photograph is that it was just a trick of chance sunlighting. Certainly no one believed that there was a huge carved face on the surface of Mars. Besides, who could have made such a thing? No one believes in the science fiction version of men on Mars. And we know that Mars is not capable of supporting intelligent life as we know it. So the idea of this being a creation of intelligence was not even considered by NASA. Despite all of this, when the image was first recorded, it was labeled head.
But fortunately, the story doesn't end there. The picture caught the eye of image analysis experts Vince DiPietro and Greg Molinar. DiPietro and Molinar undertook the colossal task of discovering what the strange picture really showed.
At first, they just enlarged the photo and considered there was nothing there at all. So Vincent DiPietro and I designed a computer program to enhance the image in much more detail than NASA had done.
And even though their new process resulted in images as convincing as these, NASA apparently continued to insist that the image was nothing more than a trick of the light. And to prove it, they said that Viking had photographed the same area from a different angle and that there was no face visible in the second photograph.
Then we went through the archives to see if there was any other satellite passes over that same area. NASA said there wasn't at first, and we looked through their archives and found one. And there, just as before, there was a face with a higher sun angle, showing more detail than before. And images of the eyes showed pupils, and of the mouth area showed teeth. We were very impressed.
Now there were two photographs of the head. Was this proof the image was built by intelligent beings? Did this second photograph solve the mystery, or was it only the beginning of an even greater puzzle? A puzzle with one of the most important pieces found on Earth. The startling answer. UFO Diaries returns.
These two separate frames, identified by their NASA frame numbers 35A72 and 70A13, also contain considerable detail about the surrounding area, revealing several other images that DiPietro and Molinar found as exciting as the mysterious face.
About 10 miles away from the face is a couple of pyramids. And the strange thing about those pyramids is they're very regular triangular shape. In the corner of each corner, there appears to be a buttress. And on close examination, the buttress itself is pyramid shaped.
Was this undeniable proof that an intelligent race had once lived on the planet Mars?
This would be really, really remarkable for this to be a natural formation.
Since the time of that discovery, science writer and consultant Richard Hoagland has worked tirelessly to discover the whole truth about the mysterious Cydonia region of Mars.
A member of our team, Dr. Mark Carlotto, decided to use a state-of-the-art 3D computer modeling technique, which now strongly indicates that the face could, in fact, be a real three-dimensional human-looking sculpture, a sculpture 1,500 feet high and over a mile long.
But is it not still possible that these intriguing shapes are really nothing more than accidents of nature? That the researchers who study them are simply letting their imaginations run wild?
Many intriguing questions are raised by the apparent connections between this image from the planet Mars and ancient structures here on Earth. Perhaps the most intriguing being, does this image on the surface of another planet give us important clues to the origins of ancient structures on our world?
Richard Hoagland's study team may have uncovered proof that one of our oldest relics was not built by human hands.
And as I began looking at some references and books and talking with colleagues, this was a sketch done by Shannon, one of our early artists on the team, we both realized that this image was somehow trying to tell us something profound. It was trying to say this.
Could the resemblance between the face at Sidonia and the Sphinx at Giza be more than a mere coincidence?
And if not, does all this prove once and for all that these great monuments were all designed and built by an intelligent race from another world?
Did the Egyptians, in fact, as we know them, do this remarkable structure?
Recent archaeological and geological discoveries demonstrate that the Sphinx is at least 10,000 years old and maybe even older.
That is, the Sphinx appears to be much, much more heavily weathered than we have any right to expect from only, quote, 5,000 years of desert weathering. The kind of weathering we see on the Sphinx is best explained by the action of running water. You need rain to get that degree of erosion, 12 feet of it in some places. And that amount of rain has not fallen in Egypt for at least 10, maybe 15 or 20,000 years. Now that raises a wonderful problem. It means that we're now looking at a monumental work of art created at a time when nobody else on planet Earth is supposedly able to do anything of that magnitude or scale. There's no other contemporary civilization to pin it on. So who did it?
Could these both be ancient sculptures made by the same race of beings? If so, who or what is this face intended to represent? The key to understanding the face on Mars may lie in the fact that the Sphinx of Egypt is a combination of hominid and feline, half man, half lion.
It was at this point that we began to worry less about the ultimate reality of the so-called face on Mars and more about the meaning of the message of Sidonia.
An astonishing discovery when UFO Diaries returns. Hoagland's researchers, in comparing the two images, made an amazing discovery.
Half lion. Maybe there's a connection. Maybe the face of Sidonia is half man, half something else.
First, they copied the left half of the Sidonia head, made a mirror image of it, and pasted it onto the other side.
That's the simian half.
The results were interesting, but inconclusive.
Wouldn't it be wild if the picture
However, when they tried the same thing with the right half, flipped it over and matched it up on the left side, the result was a clear image of a lion's head.
Are these merely strange optical illusions, or are they the key to understanding the real truth behind our own past? Surely it's still possible that mere coincidence could be the culprit behind all of these so-called connections between monuments of Earth and the images we've seen from Mars. Or is there any more and better evidence?
In southwest England, the ancient man-made mountain of Silbury Hill has loomed over the horizon since time immemorial. Nearby is Avebury, believed to be a fortress centuries old, tall earthen walls protecting an inner mound. The area also contains an amazing connection to the structures at Sidonia. The connection here was determined not by simple observation and supposition, but was founded in the solid facts of geometry. The question was, what if the ancient ruins in England corresponded in size, shape, and dimension to the features on the plain of Sidonia?
What if the Avebury circle was to represent the crater and Silbury was to represent the tholus, and the angles and positions of ancient features, including where the cliff would be and where the tetrahedral pyramid would be, and angles to other key things in this vicinity all seem to match? including the very size of Silbury Hill in terms of its exterior moat in reference to the tholus.
Were all of these structures built by the same race of beings, human or otherwise? And if so, does this constitute new evidence that intelligent life could have once thrived on the planet Mars?
Richard Hoagland suggests many possibilities.
One is that we had a previous high-tech civilization on Earth which developed spaceflight, went to Mars, built some stuff, and then collapsed. And we're now just rediscovering our heritage. The second hypothesis is that someone else from far out there, in the stars, thousands, hundreds of light years away, came to the solar system, came to Mars, built the stuff, and built a monument to this primitive being that would someday become a human being, the human species, here on Earth.
In either case, it would seem that some global catastrophe forced the Martian population to abandon their world and move to another, to the Earth.
And someday, we may discover, in fact, that we are the Martians after all.
Assuming for a moment that there once was a flourishing race on Mars and that they built this complex structure, one important question remains. Why?
Cydonia was probably constructed to communicate some very fundamental information. We believe now that we are looking at the outlines of a whole new physics, how the universe functions, a kind of a grand unified theory, as it were, given to us, communicated, even on the photographs taken by Viking, by the geometric layout of the structures.
Researchers now believe that the key to understanding the geometry of the DNM pyramid may be in the size, shape, and position of the massive structure. Hoagland and others point out that the pyramid is not oriented to the Martian North Pole, but is turned slightly to one side. Latitude lines show that two of the faces are out of alignment at exactly the same angle, 19.5 degrees.
Why 19.5? That on every major and minor planet that we have flown by, looked at, or mapped in the last 30 years through NASA imagery, the major disturbance, starting with Jupiter and the Great Red Spot, lies just about at 19.5 north or south.
The Great Red Spot on the planet Jupiter is essentially a giant cyclone, an atmospheric storm larger than the entire planet Earth. It continues to churn away for year after year, right at 19.5 degrees south. Hoagland asserts that on every planet in our solar system, there does seem to be some kind of major geological or atmospheric disturbance found at 19.5 degrees north or south, including our own gigantic volcano, Mauna Loa. Colossal power rages up from the center of the Earth, emerging in the Hawaiian Islands at 19.5 degrees north. Does this suggest that the builders of the DNM pyramid recorded in its structure a sort of key to the inner nature of every planet in our system, including our own? According to Hoagland, the builders of the monuments at Cydonia had a reason for leaving the number 19.5 encrypted in a pyramid.
This is a four-sided, four-cornered object termed a tetrahedron. Because if you put this structure in a sphere, it predicts some remarkable phenomena.
Hoagland says that if a perfect tetrahedron or pyramid is placed inside a sphere such as a planet, so that one tip is at the north or south pole, the other tips will fall at the latitudes of 19.5 degrees north or south, the same as the angles discovered in the DNM pyramid. Was this giant tetrahedron built on the plains of Cydonia to help future generations understand the sources of power within their own planets?
If these discoveries truly are the long-awaited proof that there once was intelligent life on another world, would it not seem reasonable that we try to get a closer look at the Cydonia region of Mars?
And in 1992, an attempt was made to do exactly that, but with strange and surprising results. The bizarre puzzle of the Mars orbiter when UFO Diaries returns.
On September 25th, 1992, one of the most sophisticated space probes of its kind was launched into outer space. The Mars Observer was designed and programmed to approach, photograph, and carefully study the red planet in far greater detail than ever before. Then on August 21st, 1993, at precisely 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, the radio signals from the Mars Observer stopped. The Mars Observer probe, over 17 years in the making at a project cost of nearly $1 billion, had gone silent, suddenly and completely. But why? Was there a simple malfunction, or is there more to the mystery than that?
The Mars Observer mission may have been doomed before it even left the ground. Hurricane Andrew hit the coast of Florida just about the time the Mars Observer was being prepared for launch. Even though it had been prepared for such an onslaught, technicians checked the probe to make sure that it had not been damaged by the storm. The nitrogen system was equipped with special filters to prevent such dust and debris from being taken into the system, and the cameras were in a separate compartment. In spite of this, bits of paper and dust and debris was found in both compartments. It looked like someone had swept the floor and taken the dustpan and dumped it in those compartments. It's unlikely that Hurricane Andrew would have been responsible for all of that damage.
But if not the hurricane, then who? Why would anyone wish to sabotage a photographic expedition to Mars? Could this be because someone or something doesn't want us to get a closer look at our neighbor planet? And if that's true, what is the secret they're trying to protect? There are many experts now who believe that the forces protecting a secret on Mars may not be on the red planet, but here on Earth. Since the first television cameras flew with space missions in the mid-1960s, NASA has always shared its video images with the world. But many sources report that just before the launch of the Mars Observer, NASA announced that for the first time ever, they would not allow any images sent back from Mars to be broadcast on live TV. Why? Why would the National Space Agency suddenly change a policy that had stood for almost 40 years? Had they learned something about Mars that they wouldn't admit?
NASA has had a long, very close relationship with the Department of Defense. So they have been, I believe, under a lot of national security restrictions. And there is very much evidence, I believe, of backtracking and coyness on behalf of NASA and their involvement with UFOs.
Like all government projects, if they don't have an answer, they don't want to be embarrassed. So they keep everything secret until they know more about it.
The Mars Observer might have given us definitive answers to the question of intelligent life on Mars, and it might not have. But as of now, the Mars Observer appears to be lost somewhere in the vast reaches of space. Could it be just the latest victim of the galactic ghoul, or is there some other explanation? Stanley McDaniel, author of the McDaniel Report, believes there is a very practical explanation.
But some people have speculated that NASA is afraid that it'll lose funding if it even so much as hints that it might imagine that there are extraterrestrial artifacts on Mars or elsewhere in the solar system. I think they believe that Congress would think this was so far-fetched that they would withdraw funds.
There are still so many questions left unanswered. Is this face just a natural formation, or was it constructed by some long-lost civilization? And what of the pyramids of Mars? Are they ancestors of the pyramids of Egypt, or just uniquely shaped piles of frozen Martian soil? Is the perfect geometric precision found in these surface features of Cydonia nothing more than a bizarre series of coincidences? Could it be that we are descendants of ancient Martians who sought refuge from their own dying world? If so, does that mean that we are the Martians we claimed we might someday meet? As scientists plan future manned missions to the red planet, are we on the verge of learning that Mars is not only our destination, it was also once the beginning? Scientists now believe it was already ancient before the first pharaoh was born. What have we learned about the huge granite spirit stones in the heart of the pyramid? Do they still perform some eerie function?
It appears that the Giza pyramids were built as beacons by extraterrestrials as part of a landing corridor ending at the spaceport in the Sinai Desert.
Many now believe our own space program has found a connection between the Great Pyramid of Egypt and pyramids found on other planets.
We may discover that we, in fact, were the Martians.
Experts now believe that the Great Pyramid is finally giving up some of its secrets because, like the Egyptians, we have turned our attentions to the skies. Is there an alien connection? These are the amazing and controversial answers in this chapter of the UFO Diaries.
The pyramids of Egypt have been the objects of mystery and controversy for thousands of years. Scholars, ancient and modern, have argued over how they were built, why they were built, and who built them.
The traditional view is that the pyramids were built by Egyptians of the 4th dynasty, around 2500 BC, as burial tombs for the pharaohs of that period. But is that view sustainable in light of what we know today? Many experts insist the ancient Egyptians could not have built these marvelous structures. And if they didn't, shouldn't we learn who built them and why?
Archaeologists have told us for decades now that many of the Egyptians of 4,000 years ago worshipped the sun and believed in fantastic beings who came down from the sky to bring knowledge and wisdom to mankind. Is this a clue to the real origin of the pyramids? Do recent discoveries on other planets tell us more about the pyramids of Egypt? Is it possible that these structures were constructed by the same architects?
Could the true nature of the pyramids hold the answer to the mysteries of mankind's existence on Earth?
All of these questions are mere speculation without more evidence that the pyramids are anything more than what they appear to be. 3 gigantic piles of carved stones on the edge of the desert at Giza.
The largest has been attributed to the pharaoh Cheops, but it is more widely known as simply the Great Pyramid. Many scientists agree that physically, mathematically, and scientifically, the Great Pyramid of Khufu could not have been built. And yet, there it is, 42 stories high, covering an area the size of 10 football fields, an almost solid mass of intricately fitted stone blocks, each weighing 2.5 to 10 tons. Enough stone to build 35 Empire State Buildings, with several tons left over. Its alignment to true north is almost perfect, and the precision of its construction has never been duplicated.
But could the Egyptians of over 4,000 years ago have built such a magnificent structure? Or should we look for a more advanced civilization behind the pyramids?
The Greek historian Herodotus established the traditional view when he visited Egypt in the 5th century BC and wrote that Egyptian crews of 100,000 men, replaced every 3 months, built the Great Pyramid in 20 years. But is that possible?
To build the Great Pyramid in 20 years, as some archaeologists claim, would have meant setting one of those huge stones every 3.5 minutes, 24 hours a day. That would require a technology we don't have today.
But getting the stones in place was only part of the problem. How did they manage to get these massive stones from the quarries to the building site?
There is a widespread general belief, which Hollywood has helped to promote, that hundreds of thousands of slaves were used to build the pyramids. Nothing could be further from the truth.
The Egyptians of the 4th dynasty were neither a formidable military nation nor a very aggressive one. But even if they were, there were not enough potential slaves within a 5,000-mile radius to have supplied the workforce needed.
But if there was not enough manpower available, how could the work have been done? Even if the builders used some kind of clever machinery to help them get the great blocks into place, Egyptologists still disagree on what kind of device that could have been.
The generally accepted academic viewpoints are divided equally between the rollers and the rampers. These two theories are being taught in the schools right now as facts, when they're not even substantial theories.
With the Ramper School of Egyptology, we are asked to believe that a mile-long ramp was built, rising in slope as the pyramid increased in height. Actually, it would have required more effort to build the ramp than to build the pyramid itself. There would have been some 6 billion pounds of construction garbage to get rid of afterward.
If the ramp theory is discredited, the remaining explanation is that the blocks were rolled on logs. But does that theory survive close scrutiny?
Moving a given stone in this manner can be demonstrated, but some rather obvious consideration should have dispelled this notion long ago. The only trees available in ancient Egypt were date palms, And as a food source, it's unlikely they would have been cut down. Importing logs would have required more shipping than Egypt has ever possessed in its entire history, just to transport the 25 million trees needed. Next, it's virtually impossible to roll a log on stone-chip roads. But even if they could be rolled, the great weight of the stones would have crushed the logs to pulp within a very short distance.
The traditional explanations of the origin of the pyramids have been accepted for years. But should we carefully re-examine those long-held notions? The discrepancies between the theories and the facts seem to demand it.
Amazingly, the sciences of geology, mathematics, and astronomy seem to reach their zenith with the construction of the Great Pyramid. Construction techniques were used that can't be duplicated today. How could this be? What did the builders of the Great Pyramid know that we don't? More to the point, where did they learn it? And what new scientific evidence is there that suggests an alien connection? The astonishing answers when we return.
However the Great Pyramid was built, one thing seems certain. Tremendous power of some sort had to be employed. Since the ancient Egyptians, so far as we know, were dependent solely on muscle power, and that seems insufficient to the purpose, what was the force that put all those gigantic stone blocks so carefully into place?
And keep our minds open to perhaps at some point learning that this is a very real possibility, that other civilizations, other beings, maybe perhaps from other planets, solar systems, or galaxies, assisted the Egyptians in the construction of the pyramids.
Supposing that some traveling race from another world did in fact build the pyramids, did they leave any clues as to the purpose of these structures?
Some experts say the answer lies in the foundation and orientation of the Great Pyramid.
It's doubtful that ancient Egyptians had any knowledge of modern geology, and without this science, it's inconceivable that a structure this size could be built which would not crumble from lack of a proper foundation. Normally, it would just sink slowly into the ground. In modern construction, engineers find a settling rate of 6 inches in 100 years acceptable for office buildings. In 5,000 years, the Great Pyramid, weighing 14 billion pounds, has settled less than 1/2 inch.
This engineering marvel does suggest that whoever built the pyramids not only intended for the structures to remain as they were for millennia, but knew how to achieve that goal. And as engineers now tell us, they also knew how to keep the 4 sides of that giant edifice in almost perfect alignment.
In modern construction, if the builders could maintain each side of the 756-foot wall within 6 inches of being perfectly straight, then it would be a tremendous accomplishment. But the Great Pyramid is only off of straight alignment by approximately 1/4 of an inch. That's totally impossible to duplicate in today's modern construction field.
The Great Pyramid is evidence of a phenomenal knowledge of the science of astronomy. They could measure the day, the year, and the precession of the equinoxes. They knew that the Earth was a sphere, and they knew how to compute latitude and longitude accurately.
The geographical orientation of the Great Pyramid of Giza is perhaps its single most amazing characteristic. Its sides run almost exactly from north to south and east to west. The deviation is within 3 arc minutes from true north. How could an ancient quasi-Stone Age culture have been able to determine true north?
And while Europeans would argue for centuries about whether or not the Earth was flat, the ancient Egyptians, or someone thousands of years earlier, had calculated the longitude and latitude of the Earth as a sphere. Could it have been the 4th dynasty Egyptians?
There have been 2 recent hard scientific discoveries about the pyramid in Egypt, which are not consistent with the Egyptologists' presumption that it was a tomb built by a king. Those 2 things are the radioactive dating, radiocarbon dating of the mortar from the top to bottom, which indicates that the top is 1,000 years older than the bottom. Or the other discovery was the radioactive sand found in 1987 in a set of chambers just behind the Queen's Chamber in the center of the pyramid. We have placed these 2 discoveries together to come up with a very consistent explanation for both. The strange curve top to bottom looks like an exposure curve. If you have a radioactive source in the center of the pyramid, the radioactive sand is exactly where we had calculated such a radioactive source to irradiate the pyramid might be found.
Could it be that the Great Pyramid was constructed with what was simply routine technology to a race of beings capable of something like atomic power and interstellar travel? But as the evidence for an extraterrestrial origin of the pyramids begins to mount, we encounter what appears to be a warning not to explore the matter too deeply. Because some scientists claim they have encountered a powerful negative force inside the Great Pyramid, a force they called the Curse of the Pharaohs.
The Curse of the Pharaohs story begins in the 1920s when two Englishmen, Howard Carter and Lord Carnarvon, discovered the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. Among the spectacular riches, Carter and Carnarvon uncovered a tablet on which a dire curse had been written. Death will slay with his wings whoever disturbs the peace of Pharaoh. The warning did not make them nervous, but they were afraid their native assistants might panic and quit. They crossed out any mention of the tablet's discovery from their records and tossed it into the rubble. The whole incident might have been forgotten forever had not some 36 scholars and others connected with the excavation died sudden and mysterious deaths. Carnarvon and Carter were about to uncover the mummy itself when Lord Carnarvon became deathly ill. Although suspecting an infection, doctors were uncertain of a diagnosis. He died before his son reached his bedside, and precisely at the moment of his death, an unexplainable power blackout occurred all over Cairo. Another victim was American architect Arthur Mace, who had been the person to rip out the last piece of wall blocking the entrance to the tomb. He died in the same hotel with the same symptoms as Carnarvon, feverish and in a sudden coma. The morning after Carter had shown his friend George Gould the tomb, Gould awoke with a high fever. By nightfall, he was dead. Radiologist Archibald Douglas Reed was the first to cut the mummy's wrapping and x-ray it. Reed died aboard ship on his way home to England.
According to historians of the Curse of the Pharaohs, an eminent physician and biologist in Cairo, Dr. Ezzedine Taha, claimed discovery of an ancient microscopic fungus that had probably survived in a dormant state for thousands of years, which could be controlled by modern antibiotics. Ironically, before he could prove his theory, Dr. Taha died in a freak automobile accident. Assuming that the pyramids were built by some race far more advanced than the ancient Egyptians, did they leave behind this strange fungus as a sort of burglar alarm? A measure to keep humans from tampering with the pyramid? What deadly secret lies in the forbidden heart of the Great Pyramid? Some believe the great granite slabs above the king's chamber, called spirit stones by the Egyptians, once served some fantastic function. Are they still functioning? Could they be the key to the real purpose of the pyramid? Some amazing answers when UFO Diaries returns. We know that whoever constructed the Great Pyramid of Giza built it so that it would last a long, long time. Archaeologists tell us that the structure was originally covered with a protective stone coating, making the sides perfectly flat and smooth. That outer surface was broken apart and used as building materials during the construction of the city of Cairo, but the pyramids themselves still remain unharmed. And we've already heard how the pyramid is unique among all buildings on Earth in its refusal to settle into the ground, as other giant monuments inevitably must. And we've heard of the Curse of the Pharaohs, where something seemed to have been at work in killing all who explored too deep. Apparently, whoever built the pyramid wanted it to be left exactly as it was. But why? What was its purpose? And was its preservation important because they planned to use it again someday? In the early 1950s, translation was begun on a vast library of cuneiform tablets that had been discovered many years earlier in the ruins of the Library of Nineveh, the oldest written record known to science. One passage of the text seems to describe the pyramids of Egypt. Sumerian texts are believed to be over 10,000 years old, 6,000 years older than the Egyptians who were supposed to have built the pyramids. But if the Sumerian translation is accurate, the pyramids were already there before the first pharaoh was born. If all of this is true, then these ancient tablets may hold the answer to the true purpose of the pyramids. Dr. Zechariah Sitchin has spent years studying the mysteries of these Sumerian writings.
Based on evidence provided by Sumerian texts, it appears that the Giza pyramids were built as beacons by extraterrestrials as part of a landing corridor ending at a spaceport in the Sinai Desert.
An intriguing and exotic theory. But how could the pyramids be of use to travelers from another world? After all, as large as they are, they're not visible from outer space.
Some people suggested there's a vortex of energy coming out of the great apex of the pyramid, and that it actually expands in diameter as you go higher above the pyramid.
But for this theory to be credible, the pyramids would have to radiate energy, which an ordinary pile of stones simply does not do. But are the pyramids different in this way?
The pyramids are essentially crystalline in structure, therefore highly receptive to radio-like energy waves or even cosmic microwaves. The Great Pyramid at Giza, with its 5 granite slabs above the king's chamber, are what the ancient Egyptians called spirit stone, and they could have been a massive receiver transmitter tuned to some distant part of the universe of which we are still ignorant.
There's a vortex of energy emanating from the apex of the pyramid, which actually expands in diameter as it rises higher and higher into the heavens. A simple example of this emanating apex energy was first demonstrated by British inventor Sir W. Siemens. When he drank from the wine bottle he brought along, he experienced a slight shock as the bottle touched his lips. The electrical activity intrigued him so much that he took a wet newspaper, wrapped it around the bottle, converting it into a crude electrical accumulator, which most high school science students would recognize as a Leyden jar. Although we don't know why or how, the Great Pyramid seems to be an accumulator of energies.
The only person of record, of authority, who still stands behind the assertion that there was radioactive sand was Dr. Ibram Nawawi, who gave in 1987 a discussion at an archaeological conference in Tennessee where a friend of mine, another archaeologist, literally heard him say with his own lips that they had found highly radioactive sand in the Great Pyramid. This does not compute as a low-tech structure, but something much, much more intriguing.
So might not the pyramids have been exactly what the ancient Sumerian texts seem to claim? A sort of cosmic lighthouse for passing space travelers?
As incredible as this may sound, it does seem to be the first explanation of the Great Pyramids that truly covers all the facts of its amazing construction, placement, and design. But is there any other evidence that the builders of these remarkable edifices were from outer space?
These same Sumerian texts also refer to the Earth as the 7th planet, as if being counted from the outside of our solar system in toward the sun. Since Neptune and Pluto were only discovered in this century, how could the Sumerians of 10,000 years ago have known that the Earth is indeed the 7th planet? According to Dr. Sitchin, no one but space travelers coming to Earth past Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars could have considered Earth the 7th planet.
Has modern science discovered any other reason to believe that the Great Pyramids were not the product of humans?
Our space program may have discovered the most amazing connection of all, pyramids on Mars that correspond precisely to the pyramids of Egypt. That astounding discovery when UFO Diaries returns.
Our quest for the truth about the Great Pyramid at Giza has now taken us into outer space and to the theory that beings from another world may have actually built this colossal monument for their own purposes. And now we begin to make our own voyages to other planets, exploring the vast reaches of our own solar system. But have our meager explorations to date helped us to find the answer to the pyramid mystery, or simply raised more questions?
The fundamental mathematical relationships communicated by the structures at Cydonia are now eerily replicated in the Giza complex here on Earth, including the very placement of the Sphinx. Even the key latitude of Giza, north of the equator, is now directly linked to the D&M pyramid latitude at Cydonia on Mars. So we can't tell who the builders were. There is a clue, however, and it's in this mile-long, 1,500-foot-high humanoid face. Our thinking now, our team's thinking, is that that face is our face, or what we once were. So in a sense, someday, not now, but someday, we may discover that we, in fact, were the Martians.
Are the so-called pyramids of Mars merely bizarre natural formations? Or are they the ruins of carefully constructed monuments that have been abandoned for many thousands of years? It does stand to reason that voyagers traveling across our entire solar system might place such markers or beacons on more than one world. Even so, the notion of extraterrestrial visitors constructing the pyramids of Egypt may seem to many to be simply too outrageous. Is it not possible, after all, that the ancient Egyptians were simply far more advanced than we previously believed? Don't the theories of alien pyramid builders ignore the ancient Egyptians and any contribution they might have made in the creation of the Great Pyramid? Certainly. But then, the Egyptians themselves seem to have ignored it also.
The Great Pyramid was the greatest single undertaking in the whole history of mankind. And yet there is not one picture or drawing, not one artifact, not one inventory or tally sheet to tell of its construction. The Egyptians left us some 3,000 years of written and pictorial history, covering virtually everything that happened in their culture, from babies being born to plowing and harvesting, building, weaving, sacrificing, praying, embalming, but nothing about the pyramids of Giza. Why?
When you enter the Great Pyramid, it's devoid of these hieroglyphs. And the answer is simple and explained by the fact that the Great Pyramid was not built by Egyptians. The Great Pyramid was built by a group of people which are known as Hyksos, or shepherd kings, rulers of foreign countries that came into Egypt and constructed the Great Pyramid with better methodology.
In light of all the new findings, experts seem to be reaching the same conclusion. Could it be that the proof of extraterrestrial visitation to Earth has, for centuries, been right there before our very eyes? Do Egyptian records fail to mention the construction of the pyramids because they were already there when the Nile Valley culture began to flourish? Is this the final proof that the pyramids are the keepers of a mystery that we may never solve? Until that time, the pyramids continue to stand silent and mysterious, refusing to allow their secrets to become a completed chapter of the UFO Diaries. Christopher Columbus and his ships lay becalmed in the Sargasso Sea. Suddenly, they witnessed something terrifying. Did the ship's log actually record the first sighting of a UFO in the New World? Flight 19 was on a routine flight with an experienced crew. How could they have vanished without a trace? Even today, this area has strange occurrences that are constantly being reported by professional pilots and seamen. Are these mysterious events the work of visitors from outer space? What is the answer to the perplexing riddle of the area now called the Bermuda Triangle? We'll find out in this chapter of the UFO Diaries. In recent years, many people have come to dismiss the so-called mystery of the Bermuda Triangle in the same way they would a superstition or fairy tale. But given the growing body of evidence that many things are happening there that are beyond our understanding, there seems to be a pressing need to examine the legends and the facts about the Bermuda Triangle. To many, the Bermuda Triangle is nothing more than the nickname given to an area of the mid-Atlantic, roughly cornered by Florida, Puerto Rico, and the island of Bermuda. But is it anything more? Is it in some way different from any other part of our planet's oceans? According to many who study the mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle, since 1945 alone, there have been over 1,000 vanishings of everything from huge naval vessels to private boats, from small planes to commercial airliners. Of course, not only the craft disappear forever, but all the people on board them as well.
I think the most spectacular mystery about the Devil's Triangle is probably one of the ones that's more played down than any other, and that's the disappearance of the Navy ship USS Cyclops. This was a 500-foot, 19,000-ton coaling ship, and this took place during World War I. Back then, they had coal ships instead of tankers because most of the ships operated on coal. Well, this ship had over 300 officers and men on it, put to sea from Barbados in the British West Indies, bound for Norfolk, Virginia. It was never seen again. The ship and the 300 officers and men disappeared without a trace.
Some claim that violent weather in the region is responsible, that sudden squalls have downed aircraft and sailing ships alike, sending them in moments to the bottom of the sea. Others, however, suggest a far more sinister force, as it were.
Over the years, I have checked and rechecked almost every theory as to why so many ships, aircraft have vanished in the Bermuda Triangle without a trace.
From the old Spanish Admiralty records that Columbus wrote, we learned that he was the first to record the strange and frightening images in the night sky over what we now call the Sargasso Sea. We can only guess at the nameless dread that must have filled the hearts of those intrepid seamen lost in a strange and frightening world. But from his log and reports, we know that the Columbus expedition encountered the same mysterious phenomena in the Bermuda Triangle that continues to haunt us, even in the pre-dawn of the 21st century. Columbus also recorded that the island natives, like the Caribs and the Arawaks of Puerto Rico, were long familiar with strange occurrences in this part of the world. Their legends contain many stories of sky gods and green fire bullets that could fly in the sky or under the water.
I myself have only had one experience on the Devil's Triangle, and that was in the southeastern Bahamas when I saw, or thought I saw, a lighthouse that wasn't there. Aside from that, I have not experienced anything unusual, but I've known people who've seen what they refer to as UFOs, green glows coming out of the sky and crashing into the water and disappearing down into the depths. And they referred to them as UFOs, and I guess that's what they were, UFOs.
But as strange as these stories may be, they pale in comparison to the more terrifying aspects of the Bermuda Triangle. The history of strange disappearances, the list of ships reported lost, the stories of ghostly derelicts, and the accounts of aircraft seemingly snatched from the skies is staggering. And virtually every lost vessel represents an appalling loss of life. One of the most famous lost aircraft cases is that of Flight 19, 5 aircraft that vanished together shortly after World War II. It is also the story that many believe gives us the first clue linking the Bermuda Triangle to UFOs.
It began routinely enough on December 5th, 1945. An advanced training flight was scheduled for takeoff at 1400 hours. 5 pilots and 10 crew members were scheduled to go up. Ironically, their course was to be a simple triangle with an expected flight time of 2 hours. The flight leader was Lieutenant Charles Taylor, an experienced combat pilot with over 2,500 hours of flying time. Flight 19 had completed the first leg of the flight plan and turned north. Suddenly, all of the aircraft began experiencing problems with their instruments.
This is Foxtrot 28, calling Foxtrot 36. My instruments have gone crazy. My instruments are malfunctioning too. Where are we?
Some 40 miles away, Lieutenant Robert Cox, a training instructor, picked up their transmissions, but for some reason they couldn't hear him. Cox called the base station in Fort Lauderdale, which had lost contact with Flight 19, and immediately emergency procedures went into effect. Base operations continued to receive Lieutenant Cox's transmissions, which told them Flight 19 was lost and disoriented, but they could not get through to Taylor or any of his pilots. Ham radio operators up and down the coast were also tuned into the lost flight and monitored their frequency. Then, as night fell, one of them caught the last words to ever be heard from Flight 19.
Don't come after us! They look like...
What could Lieutenant Taylor have seen that caused him to insist that no one try to rescue Flight 19?
Meanwhile, according to Berlitz, a huge search and rescue mission had already been launched. But then the first plane to respond to the emergency, a giant Martin Mariner with a crew of 13, disappeared from radar.
In the end, Flight 19 and the Martin Mariner, 28 men in all, disappeared without a trace, as if they had passed through some window into another dimension.
According to Berlitz, the Naval Board of Inquiry attributed the disappearances to malfunctioning navigational equipment that caused the planes to run out of fuel far out at sea. But is it really possible for this to have happened to all 6 planes simultaneously? Berlitz goes on to say that one member of the Board of Inquiry was quoted as saying Flight 19 had vanished as completely as if they had flown to Mars. Could that remark, in fact, be very close to the truth? In the southernmost corner of the Bermuda Triangle, there are many who would have no trouble believing that at all. Some experts think that the Bermuda Triangle is simply the region of choice for visitors to our planet. Could this activity be the cause of all the vanishings? We'll find out when UFO Diaries returns. Few people would deny that many strange and unexplainable events have transpired in the Bermuda Triangle. But is there evidence to support the stories of UFO activity? UFO activity different from that observed in any other part of the world?
Puerto Rico is a continual hotspot for UFO activity, and it has been for years. UFOs being seen and photographed going in and out of the water just off the coast of Puerto Rico. Intense activity near a U.S. naval base there called Roosevelt Roads. And the Navy, of course, is very mum about this sort of thing. They don't say very much about it, but it's continuous. For example, there is a beautiful mountain in Puerto Rico in the middle of a tropical rainforest called El Yunque. For some interesting reason, it has continually been a spot of intense UFO activity. And when I was there with an investigator friend of mine, who I highly regard and highly respect, we went up on top of El Yunque. This place is swarming with Walking Hut security. Now, it's interesting to your viewers, I think, to note that Walking Hut Security is also the organization that provides the security at Groom Lake, Site 51, Dreamland, near Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. Why are they all over El Yunque in Puerto Rico?
Could reports of UFO abductions in Puerto Rico be somehow related to other disappearances elsewhere in the Bermuda Triangle?
Sightings of UFOs are quite common in the Bermuda Triangle, as well as reports of persons kidnapped by alien beings. There have also been numerous accounts about disc-shaped UFOs under the water in the same way as they perform in the air.
Richard Weiner, author of The Devil's Triangle, relates a case that seems to corroborate these reports of underwater UFO sightings. He tells of a charter boat operator named John Carpenter and of his remarkable experience in the Bermuda Triangle. Carpenter apparently saw 2 UFOs exploring the water with some sort of projecting energy beam. Carpenter then saw exactly what so many others had reported seeing. Carpenter's experience would seem to confirm that whatever is going on in the Bermuda Triangle goes through the water or through the air with equal ease. Is the beam that Carpenter saw coming down from the UFOs a clue linking these craft to the disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle?
Perhaps these incidents are taking place in the Bermuda Triangle in such numbers because they are close to home. Many theorists believe that alien entities have been visiting Earth for thousands of years. Some even believe they may have found a culture here that was far in advance of those elsewhere on Earth. According to the ancient story, all of Atlantis went to the bottom of the sea after some natural catastrophe 12,000 years ago. Perhaps this was the Atlantis that has become a legend, believed to be nothing more than a myth.
Are aliens or the descendants of aliens watching us from the deepest part of the Atlantic, studying us, and occasionally collecting specimens for study?
I think abductees, some of them may have indeed been taken to some underground facilities. That's not to say that that is a fact. Abductees have been taken to places that they have assumed were underground facilities. Abductees have also reported that they have seen what appeared to be U.S. military people involved in their abduction. Now, that may not be the case. It may be the case that some of those involved in the abduction are some of those aliens that look exactly like we do, who are trying to give the impression that our military are involved.
It isn't just beams of light or beams of energy that punctuate the puzzle of the Bermuda Triangle. There is also some sort of fog or mist, and it seems to have a variety of peculiar effects on ships and planes. Einstein said the Bermuda Triangle could be a cosmic doorway leading to a different time and space continuum. Do UFOs have the key to that door?
We're dealing with something which is interdimensional. We're probably dealing with something which has been around for a very long time, not just since 1947. The UFO phenomenon is something highly complex and is composed of many, many different aspects.
Well, you have to ask the question, are they from another planet? We don't know the answer to that. A lot of people believe they're extraterrestrial. A lot of other people believe that they are from other dimensions, parallel universes, time travelers, that they're us. 2 million years in the future, maybe separated from our reality by something.
And return to tell us about it. We'll find out in a moment when UFO Diaries returns. According to UFO experts, rapidly growing body evidence indicates that, incredible as it may seem, thousands of people have been taken forcibly aboard alien craft. These astounding incidents seem to have all the characteristics of many stories of disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. UFOs have often been seen in the area by many witnesses, and a beam of intense energy has figured prominently, but other witnesses tell of a greenish glow or mist. Charles Burles has recorded for us the case of Chuck Wakely, who was piloting for Sunline Aviation in Miami. Wakely had completed a charter run to Nassau and was headed back to Miami. According to him, the sky was perfectly clear. Suddenly, he was surrounded by an intense greenish light, so powerful, in fact, that he could no longer see outside of the plane. Wakely said his instruments then began to malfunction badly. Soon, there was little he could do but release the controls and let the plane fly itself. Then, according to Wakely, the glow just as suddenly faded, and everything returned to normal. So if disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle are part of the UFO abduction phenomenon, have there ever been missing time episodes there? Take, for example, the case of National Airlines Flight 401.
The Miami Tower was called for a time check. The instrument panel clock was right on. They were 20 minutes out and right on schedule. Later, the co-pilot would remember seeing a strange green mist that enveloped the aircraft, but otherwise everything was completely normal.
Never seen anything.
But in the Miami Tower, the air traffic controller was jolted when the blip of the approaching Flight 727 suddenly vanished from the radar screen.
I've just lost Flight 727.
The controller immediately went into emergency priority status. Within minutes, the Coast Guard Search and Rescue Squadron was in action, and the Miami airport prepared for the worst.
I think my watch is broken.
When the flight attendant checked for any last-minute instructions, she couldn't believe she had completed her usual 10 to 12-minute cabin duties in less than 3 minutes. And the co-pilot was surprised to discover the greenish mist that enveloped the aircraft since the time check was gone, not only from about the aircraft, but from the sky itself. Precisely 10 minutes from the time Flight 727 had vanished from the radar screen, it just as suddenly and mysteriously reappeared. The complex equipment was in perfect working order, as the ongoing computer and manual scans verified. Flight 727 landed without incident, with the crew understandably curious about the emergency equipment along the runway. And they were all incredulous when told that their arrival was 10 minutes late, despite the fact that the instrument panel clock synchronized exactly with the earlier tower time check. It was now, along with every one of the crew's watches, 10 minutes slow.
And what of that green fog? Could it somehow identify the doorway into another time? Captain Don Henry tells us of his terrifying encounter.
We were coming back from Puerto Rico on the good news, with a tow of 2,500 ton on 1,000 feet of 4-inch hawser. Beautiful weather. You wouldn't want for a nicer day anywhere. I was enjoying some downtime in my cabin when the electric started acting up. We checked the whole system. Generators, breakers, shunts, just fine. Nothing wrong below. But topside, there weren't anything right. There was a funny-looking fog, I guess you'd call it, kind of oozing all over the barge. I figured I'd better take another good look inside. And that's just about when that blow smacked into us. "25 years at sea, I never saw the likes of that squall. It come out of nowhere. All our instruments were going crazy. Compass, radio, radar, engine monitors, absolutely berserk. At first, we was just worried about losing the tow. But then we started getting worried about our own skins. We were redlined at 850. Big twin 2,000 horse EMV diesels churning up green water, and we couldn't make a foot of headway. Something had a hold of us and wouldn't let go. Then just like that, the squall was over. We set the automatic pilot to go check damage, and we haven't lost no rigging or deck gear. But then what I saw gave me goosebumps all over. A half-ton of hawsers stiff-stretched after the fantail, and not a thing connected to the bitter end. When we got her hauled in, you could see there wasn't no eye splice, and the line wasn't raggedy like it had parted. No, sir. Looked like it had been whacked off with a fire axe, and there was a bone-aching chill in the air. Yet the rails and fittings were hot enough to give you a smart burn. We had a narrow escape from whatever took hold of us out there.
A half-ton of tow rope stretched out to nothing, and the barge was simply gone. Could aliens actually be controlling events in this part of the world?
An outrageous-sounding theory, perhaps, but is there evidence to suggest that that is exactly what has been happening in the Bermuda Triangle? Have entire ships and planes been captured by UFOs?
But could there be a simpler, more logical explanation? Can natural occurrences account for the vanishings? Or is there an even more terrifying explanation for the mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle? The answers to those questions when UFO Diaries returns.
In seeking an explanation for the mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle, evidence presents itself that seems to indicate that the real culprits are invaders from another world. But is this the only possible explanation?
The blue holes in the ocean apparently have the quality of swallowing things that fall into them more quickly than other parts of the sea. It is a curious fact that no debris has been found from the ships or planes which have disappeared in the triangle. It has even been suggested that for some reason it has been important to take ships and planes intact to somewhere else.
About once a year, some salvage crew will claim they found one of the missing TBM Avenger torpedo bombers. The most recent one took place right off Fort Lauderdale a few years back. They said they found 3 or 4 planes together on the bottom, and that sounded really like they had found the missing Flight 19. But doing a little research, I found out that after the war, they had a lot of planes or TBMs at Fort Lauderdale Naval Air Station that they had cannibalized parts off of for other planes. And they couldn't fly those planes out, so to get rid of them, and they were surplus and of no use to the Navy anymore, they loaded them on barges at Port Everglades, took them out to sea, and shoved them overboard. And my theory is that's what the 3 or 4 planes they found off Fort Lauderdale were.
Are entire ships and planes being captured by vessels from another planet? And if so, why would this happen in only one part of the world?
The strange goings-on in the Devil's Triangle are not exclusive to the Devil's Triangle. There's also an area off of the east coast of Japan called the Devil's Sea. If you went in the center of the Devil's Triangle and you bored a hole through the center of the Earth, you would come out in the center of the Devil's Sea. And the Devil's Sea and the Devil's Triangle are the only 2 places on Earth where the compass points to the true north, not the magnetic north.
Could this really be the solution to the centuries-old mystery of the Bermuda Triangle? And if so, does it indicate the final fate of those who have disappeared there?
It's a little bit unsettling that we don't know this yet. We should know it by now, but this is such a clandestine phenomenon that we have been unable to come to a firm agreement about what the concluding aspects of this abduction phenomenon is. However, we are on the verge of that. We're right now in information overload. Right now, we know tremendous amounts about this subject, and we are closing in on the ultimate purposes. And I think within the next few years, we are going to completely solve this phenomenon, and we are going to know what the entire UFO phenomenon is all about.
Thousands of people are missing without any explanation. That is, no earthly one.
Perhaps we will someday know if alien visitors are indeed the culprits behind the disappearances and the missing time episodes in this most remarkable corner of our world's oceans. But until then, the terrifying phenomenon